Welcome back to Do League 2023. It is Adam Warden here alongside with Aston this time around. And unfortunately, Aston, coming in from the last 2 days, we did miss a couple of action as well, heading straight to the second week. And fortunately, we only really get to see the last 3 days pan out. And with 2 days thrown out from the scratch, what are you expecting here coming from the next 3 days?
Well, thank you so much for having me here on the desk. First of all, Warden, and once again, guys, welcome to Do League. Week number two action is there, and after checking out what's been going on last week, I'm pretty sure there'll be some more ballistic action coming from the side of Four Miracle Wives, Team Salwart Esports. Both of these guys are actually battling for the first spot. But I want to see what Southeast Asia have left in the chamber because they've been shooting their shots, and so far it looks like they are pretty much in, I would say, hitting distance to the first spot.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, after all, when you're granted a new week here, you can really expect some sort of a new caliber as well here coming in from the rest of the competition. And Southeast Asia is absolutely the way to go here. After all, they've been pretty stale coming in from the week number one, moving over here to week number two, and there was plenty of time for them to work with as well to improve something up and offer something different here to the table. So I'm really eyeing out for them as well. But moving over, to the heavy hitters here, you got to hand it down to Salwart Esports being such a very phenomenal team here in this competition, such a hard team to turn down and overtake, all because of the fact that they just get both in between. No placement points, elimination points, they all have it down.
Absolutely, Warden. And I would like to add on top of that, the way they start their tournament looks like they don't stand a chance even actually making it to top four. And after like 2
Mhm.
3 days, these guys start, uh, pretty in a more of aggressive fashion, and eventually they get to the top somehow. I don't know what the strategy. I'm still figuring it out how to crack it down, how these guys make their plays. But so far, looks like Salary Sports once again they are on top of everything, and Four Miracle Wives, their own countrymen, they're just trying to battle them down from the first spot. But we'll see how that whole venture will go. But duly, guys, this is another outstanding opportunity for all of you guys to witness all the action between these two giant regions. Also, some of these teams, that are also joined us slightly far from the western side. they're not with their best end. I would say uh,
Oh,
something that they
hello
were
there.
expecting. Yep, Warden. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, loud and clear now, man.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Well, first day usually what we call the hell day, but fortunately we got it through now, and we're back in action here once more, all together here at Asin, and just join back here to prize pool. We're gonna be combining week one, number one, and week number two for this time around, and they only have 3 days to make a difference here, Asin.
Absolutely, just 3 days. And again, I know as you mentioned as well, week one it was kind of a litmus test for the teams that were just trying to make their ways to the top. But the way, especially as we were too much talking about Salwart Esports for Medical Vibes, the way Hale played, they were pretty aggressive. Start, from the day one, and eventually throughout the week they didn't gas out. They're still in top five position, and with a single good match or maybe two matches, they can actually be contesting for a second spot. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, after all, one game could absolutely make a difference. And after all, since we are talking about the round robin format, you really got to hope that at some way your opposition won't be able to convert with anything at all coming in from the respective rounds. Until then, when you are granted the very opportunity itself, you got to be able to perform.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, going back to today's maps schedule, we have week two, day one main event. And looking at the matches, we have Erangel and Miramar. Right in between, we'll have Sanhok, some fresh breath of air. And then back to Erangel and Rusty Miramar. Going, looking at the group distributions, we have group A, B, C, and D playing the first match. So looking forward to how these four groups will set the tone of week two. And I'm pretty sure Group E will be closely watching what's going on the battlefield so they can prepare as well.
Out of every map here, I always look for Sanhok, and fortunately, it is in between both of these maps here we got for Erangel and Miramar. And at the end of Miramar, it's going to be a bit of a testament as well, and what's going to be the pacing here for these various squads. As we all know, Miramar is usually played very slowly, but at the same time, I don't know if you noticed here, Asin, but coming from the past few previous broadcasts we've gotten so far, wherever the flight path is, the opposing side will be where the first circle will be. And for the most of it, here, honestly, the gameplay here for the side of Miramar, I think for both two rounds, or it could be applied as well for Erangel, is that, having those vehicles at the early stage of the game is so handy, all because of the fact that you get access to the first glance of the circle.
Yeah, and Miramar is mostly all about getting into the play area, getting into the play zone as soon as possible, because these ridges, they are not, I would say, the best terrain to drive your vehicle on. And again, the health of the vehicles in Miramar, they are quite low. So in that case, I would say getting into the circle, holding a good position, good set of compounds will really favor you in the lengthy game. And again, at the same time, most of these teams been exercising this kind of strategy. But in recent times, we have seen some of these teams, they tend to go for some early fights. They like to drop clash so they can eliminate possible threats in their closest vicinity early on, so they can loot with peace and eventually make their way into the circle. So both of these strategies work in a set of way, but sometimes things do backfire, and would like to see how these teams will cater to Miramar. But talking about the first map, Warden, it's really important for any team, especially for first four groups, to set themselves for the day, because if you get eliminated first match early on, it's really mess up with your with your mind and your whole mindset.
Yeah, it's not a stranger here in this broadcast having a lot of changes here, especially on the first stage. We get to see coming in from the transition from stage one to stage two, a lot of teams falter in regards to the so-called rotations we get to see. Having vehicles is one thing, but obviously having the arsenal as well to back you up into the battlefield is also another thing as well to be considered of. And so far, the only team that has been pretty consistent in regards to staying out from that factor is going to be Salwart Esports for me, because I mean, the way that they just put themselves, the way that they split around the map to ensure that they have enough resources to pan around and just play around the whole field here for Erangel has been so phenomenal to see. May they become consistent here once more, or maybe see something up. I mean, after all, this is really just the whole storyline here between these squads here, a bit of luck is involved into the mixture, but in regards to you putting yourself into the battlefield, you can also find a way to manipulate things out, and that is why exactly Stalwart Esports has been so phenomenal here in this competition.
Yeah, for sure. And one more thing, uh, the individual, I would say, plays and confidence has really been helping Stalwart Esports to get to where they are right now. And some of these players like Top Action, if they are in the same squad and backing each other up, giving each other that confidence, which is much needed against these teams, and especially when teams like these that are about to contest in the global championship in a month or so are playing against each other, you definitely need that kind of confidence from your teammates. And Salwart Esports, they are one heck of a force to reckon with, and especially hailing from the South Asia region, it also raises more of expectation for rest of the teams joining from South Asia region. For Miracle Vibes, if I talk about CMFCs hailing from Bangladesh, also one for one officials from Pakistan and Aegon XI8. It's my region, so I would love to mention them forward as well. So my expectation will be pretty high from these guys as well. But we'll see how week two will treat rest of the South Asia. But Southeast Asia, they've been pretty dominant in their own fashion. The only thing I want to see is just seeing them contesting for the first two spots, because that will make this whole two league worth watching, I would say, in week two, and also more interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to be throwing you on a hot seat here. I mean, out of everyone in the competition here for the side of Southeast Asia, which team are you eyeing out for here on week number two to be able to make the difference here on this competition for Do League 2023?
I would say that's a difficult question, but still, I would like to go with Hale. Recent times, Hale been quite aggressive, and I personally like to play aggressive and watch teams playing aggressively, not giving much of the time to the opposition to just reset themselves, get healed up. So I would love to see Hale just throwing everything in and shooting their shots and make rest of the lobby look miserable, because Hale have that kind of potential, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean a bit of a catch up here for Haley Esports, as they're currently below the expected run that they should be getting. So a
Yes.
bit of aggression is something that we can totally expect from them. After all, placement points will only get you 10 points maximum, and you really got to find a way to rack up those eliminations if you want to try to make a bit of a change here for your respective run. Honestly, at some point, if they really want to be in a very convincing run here for this week number two, got to see them at least drop like 20 kills in one round here and get the winner chicken dinner as well. And we all know for a fact it's easier said than done, but that's just the reality here if they really want to play catch up against the rest of the competition.
Absolutely, you really nailed the whole point down, because placement points, they are not the new meta. You have to come with a plan where you stick together as a team and don't play sloppy, just like the way they started off this two league in match one, where they got a 1v3 clutched out by one of the players from Morph, I guess that was the team. And if I'm wrong, do correct me later as well. But Hale, they were pretty good initially. They started off with taking three frags on the opposition. When they realize it's just only one player, they start playing sloppy, and that's where the guy was pretty on point and catch Hale off guard. So just want to see Hale being more based in their approach, and this way I'm pretty sure Hale will be able to bring that results that are pretty much expected from them. And the potential that these guys have, the way they isolate the players on the opposition, it can really pay a great dividend eventually in the competition. But all of this talk will definitely be all vain if Hale is not able to get their momentum in the first few matches. I want to see how they start off their V2.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a catch up that you got to do as well against the Xavier and FaZe Clan. Now, talking about FaZe Clan here, this is the only squad in this very first page of the overall leaderboard that hasn't really gotten any win rounds whatsoever. And as we all know, as we did
Yep.
say, it's not really the matter here to rack up those placement points. But at the same time, if you're in the position of FaZe Clan, if you were able to rack up like 3 so far in regards to the placements, you could be on the number 2 spot. But unfortunately, with every run that they've gotten from Miramar, which is absolutely going to be one of their best maps in the competition, they only really stand strong here at the number 2 placement, and so many times that they were pretty much denied from winning those respective rounds, and it could have really made a difference. But unfortunately, it didn't really happen here. The last time that we got to see a squad here on the first page was Alter Ego Aries actually bagging their first winner chicken dinner as well, alongside with the Xavier. It was pretty recent for them to be able to put up the fight. And one shocking squad here on the very first page is right at the bottom here. It's going to be Udo Alliance on number 8, actually racking 2 wins as well. I wasn't really expecting them to put up a fight, but their whole adjustment here coming from the late games was pretty interesting to see. And the way that they were able to handle the situation, play around the outskirts, just wait for things to pan out, was just so good for them to do. And I hope I can see more from them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Udo Alliance, they have a history that is backing up, their performance so far in this new league as well. The only thing that is slightly, I would say, offset for these guys, they have these 2 wins in their back, but still they are unable to, carry forward that momentum. If you win a match, definitely next match should be more of focus toward keeping that momentum going for yourself rather than just throwing it apart. The funny thing is, most of the time, even in our audience, when they see these wins coming for their favorite team, they think that okay, that's enough for them for the day, or maybe for this week. So 2 chicken dinners really, it can I would say slingshot you forward onto the overall leaderboard, but you have to keep the momentum high. That's the difference between Salwart Esports and the rest of the squads playing in this new league. Because Salwart Esports, they are not more focused about the wins. They are pretty much focused on their long gameplay. If they play for the final few circles, definitely they will have some eliminations in the bag. And PUBG Mobile, if you in the competitive scenario, if you play long games, it's quite rewarding. Even though if you don't have any frags till the 5th or 6th phase of the game, if you survive for 2 more, you will have 10 or 12 frags in the bag and maybe a chance of getting a chicken dinner. So Udo Alliance, they got those chances, they captured those chances, they got those chickens in their bag. But the only thing is they have to go for a solid gameplay where it can help them get 8 to 10 points every match. Not 8 to 10 is too much to ask, but maybe 6 to 8 points just to stay consistent and just to keep their heads above the water, I would say. Because once you're down under the 8th or 9th spot, it's not worth anymore, because your overall I would say prize pool thingy is not in play anymore. But guys, we are jumping into our match number 1, which is played on Erangel. Teams are pretty much situated, trying to drop to their favorite drop location. First circle is here, pretty much comprising Pachinki, Sanhok Military Island, Nova Ripnoi, Milta Power. Then we have Milta City also included. The whole of farm is pretty much centric, and at the same time we have school, some parts of Rozhok also in the mix, and pretty much southern part of the Isnaya as well. So early on, we are about to see some clashes between Genesis and Team Zersha. But right now, both of these teams are not in a mood to take an early casualty.
Yeah, I mean, early altercations sure happening. And, just going back here to the flight path, really shocking for Salwart Esports not actually committing to Nova for me. I mean, so far, that has been their very most consistent drop here. Unlike for Miracle Vibes, they've been always going at it now to the military base. So that's going to be the whole island well available for them. But obviously, they don't really have that information. Got to take this one slow. The last time we got to see military base played out was Udo Alliance and Aeon actually put into the mixture as well. But fortunately, they are going to be playing around the pier instead. Now, back here for the side on the feed, we are seeing early altercations in between the rivalry between IHC and FAZE Clan. And so far, it's going to be a 50-50 battle, with IHC having more, damage inflicted. FAZE Clan still trying to find a way to reset the momentum.
Yeah, FAZE Clan, 2 of the players already left for the lobby. IHC, Douglas is knocked out. There you go, players pushing forward, and 1 and 2. Both of these players are down, and last man standing is Zul. It is, and this could be a possible end for IHC early on. Zul taking a 1v1 fight with with Mela, I guess. And there you go, Zul jumping down, giving some damage to the player and knocking the player out. Mela is pretty far away, and this will give some time to Zul to actually reset his teammate and also flush off Venturas. Mela, last man standing, running out in the open also, and we'll see if he'll be able to, put that final nail in the coffin of IHC, and doesn't look like so. Alex is back on his feet. There you go. 1 nade can actually make the difference, but so far it doesn't look like it's gonna make that much of a difference. Mela confirming 1 kill. Alex is also knocked out. It's a 1v1 once again. Half HP Zol. Mela pushing forward, a TP in his hands, and there you go. Some shots, but this time around getting a headshot, which will lower his HP as well. It's a kind of a close call, but right under the bus, shots are given to the feet, and IHC left with 2 players, but got 4 eliminations early on in their backpack.
And it's crazy that this clash here, this rivalry between IHC and FaZe Clan is just nonstop. I mean, they tried to avoid Georgia Pull, which was the last drop that they were able to put up. And the last time we got to see it play out, last 2 rounds, was, either of them actually getting those wins, one from side of IHC and one for FaZe Clan. Now down to the vicinity of Hospital, it's going to be IHC pulling away with this one. Unfortunately for the side of FaZe Clan, the whole, they're very lenient in regards to getting the eliminations. Now they don't really have that opportunity. And adding more to that, placement points not even existent.
Yeah, but again, FaZe, they are pretty much set, I would say, on the leaderboard. IHC need these kind of successes early on, but losing 2 of your players in an early skirmish is never gonna be, a good deal for you, because eventually when you will get into a real fight, a fight where both of you squads will have good artillery available, good utilities available in terms of grenades, smoke grenades. So in that case, 2 versus 4, it will be an easy peasy for the team with the full squad intact. So IHC, even though they got the first 4 eliminations, still I wouldn't say it was a good trade for them. They lost 2 of the players in the process. FaZe definitely can actually bounce back in the coming matches, but we'll see how these things will go for these guys in the coming one. But IHC, after 4 eliminations in the backpack, 2 goes to Zul, 1 to Alex, 1 to Demo, the first one to fall. But going back to the conversation, we have Salwart Esports pretty close in the vicinity, and looks like when IHC will be about to leave Warden, there could be a possible skirmish happening between these 2 guys as well.
Can't catch a break. Absolutely not what you'd want to see if you're on the side of IHC. But hey, still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to play around with as well. Zone is still closing in halfway through. And so far, U2 Alliance, they also bag up 1 elimination point on the board here. And that, I think, is going to be coming in from the clash they got coming in from the pier up against Aegon XI8. So that is going to be Aegon XI8 having a bit of a rough patch as well here coming from the start of the game. And talk about Aegon XI8 actually putting up a fight now here up against Sem9.
Oh, it's U2 Alliance actually. There's been a slight glitch. It's been a trade-off between both of these teams. So 1 each for both of these squads, but early on we'll see if this skirmish will break into a full-fledged fight. Well, it will be lovely to see Aegon XI8 and U2 Alliance just, checking each other in a proper fashion, not letting it go, just taking 1 frag and then running around in opposite directions. Before Medical Wipes, time to leave Military Island. Circle is pretty much more favored toward the southeastern part of the map on the main island, but still, there is a possibility Circle can actually move toward the Military Island. But for Miracle Vibes, I don't know what they are thinking right now. It's a quick early fight, but there you go. Aegon XI8. Blade gets knocked out as well. IQ is on the back line. U2 Alliance, they will push forward. They will confirm Blade right in front of IQ. And it's a 3 versus 2. IQ about to clutch it out on U2 Alliance. It's a 1 versus 4 pretty much. And there you go. Aegon XI8 taking the player down. Vampire Esports, Swazi from the backline takes down the final player of U2 Alliance and Aegon XI8 IQ. He wants to push forward. A nade in the hands of Swazi. There you go, pushing forward. A shotgun can actually take the player down, but a nade coming from the side of Vampire Esports confirmed the final one on Aegon, and Aegon is also out of the mix. So Vampire Esports will res up their player, but at the same time, for Miracle Vibes want to join this fight.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a hit here in the situation, and valiant effort for set of IQ. I mean, was dealing with 2 squads simultaneously, was put to a 1v3 up against U2 Alliance, had to transition over to Vampire Esports, which unfortunately he got overpowered. Now, for Vampire, are you prepared to go against For Miracle Vibes? Has been pretty questionable squad here. I mean, a lot of the audience has been questioning the presence of Vampire Esports. It's about time for them to prove their presence here in this competition, and so far, it's going to be Baron just around the vicinity. Ravenclaw on the front lines. It's going to be Fluke here closing in the distance as well. And so far, we are seeing that For Miracle Vibes is going to be playing around the zone here, while in the contrary, it's going to be Vampire Esports here outside of the outskirts. So it's going to be a bit of a question here in how they can recover from the situation. But at the same time, Formerica Vibes, they're just overlooking the ridge right now, and it's going to be Vampire Esports here out in the open. Could possibly be a transition to a spray down, but it's not looking like it's happening right now.
Yeah, well, Four Miracle Vibes, they went their own way. Actually, they might have heard some of these shots flying between Vampire Esports and Iconic side, and after that there was pitch drop silence. So that might be, the whole circus is over. There is nothing to actually get entertained of. So let's move where we were heading. But at the same time, what is BTR thinking? They're going toward the Military Island. Both of these teams, Four Miracle Vibes, a moment ago, they left Military Island, and now BTR going toward Military Island. We'll have a quick look at the circle shift as well. But Vampire Esports, now they're gatekeeping, probably Four Miracle Vibes, and there could be a possible fight happening between these guys. But it's good to actually, if Circle has already shifted down south, it's better to go to Military Island rather than just poking the bear at this very moment. Four Miracle Vibes, they're the one. They could be the gatekeepers now for Vampire, but we'll see how Vampire is gonna handle this situation. Another angle created by Swazi, but this angle will be rewarding or not. That's a question of time.
Having Bigatron Red Villains on a military island is such a good look for me here. Yes, I know for a fact that Formerica Vibes is absolutely the most consistent team here to play around the military base, but at the same time, Bigatron Red Villains, they've been able to shock me a numerous amount of times here just playing around this outskirts. For
nice
now,
one.
it's going to be the spotlight here between Vampire Esports. You're closing in the distance onto the bridge, zone closing out from the back end as well. They don't really have any option aside from the push, but in the process, it's going to be Halo Esports against more GPX here. Big rivalry coming through.
Absolutely, Morph, three of them are already down. There's nothing much left for Morph to actually fight back. And last man standing is also spotted out. There's a ump in his hands, and Tiger already pushing forward with his DPS. 14 loaded. There you go. Player is spotted out, and the player will eventually meet his demise as he's pretty much surrounded. Confirmation, Morph Leon gets knocked down to the play zone as he was already low on HP, and a grenade finish for the final one. Hale with the three players in the back, three frags in the back, now should be more focused on the rotation rather than just staying here. But Vampire Esports once again getting knocked out. Apex creating the angle this time around. Vampire Esports, they're not having a good time so far against Four Miracle Vibes. The utility can actually trade another knock onto the players of Vampire.
Wow.
And there you go. Nade goes in, and Vampire Esports are out of the match. It's daylight. Vampire shouldn't be this open, I would say. And Four Miracle Vibes just trading things off for themselves. 4 quick eliminations for 4MV.
There was really no option as well there for the side of Vampire Esports. Unfortunately, it was just really Apex, wrapping around from the left side of the map, coming in from the bridge. And until then, it was hard for Vampire Esports to recover from. But back here to IHC, they started off the clash here with FaZe Clan. Now they got to move over now to Hale Esports. And so far, it's going to be Zoel picking up the first kill. Alex as well, finding the connection on towards a nade. Now that's going to be a double streak for them. Last player there is going to be the last player here for the side of Hale Esports. And Alex confirms the kill as well. It's going to be a 2v1 situation here. 2 for the side of IHC, 1 for the side of Hale.
Yeah, this time which Alex is actually giving to the players of Hale will reset them and making this whole scenario 50-50. There you go. Hale player picking up his full cover on shotgun shots, but there you go. Nutes takes one down, and there you go. On the back lines, the player is there. Low on HP, wow. But at the meanwhile, Playzone will take down Nutes. Flash, not Flash. Actually, you have to pick up his player, but IAC, as we were saying, any altercation after the first one will definitely result in their elimination, and that was the case as well against Hale. But now Hale is in the same shoe, and they are left with only 2 players. We are left with only 9 teams. It's just phase 2 shifting, and we are about to step into phase number 3. There's been some quick action happening in the week 2 so far, Warden.
Yeah, NB Esports here coming from the back end of the broadcast hasn't been able to get into the spotlight, not just yet, but they have the most eliminations so far, and they have a complete set of squads in comparison to the 4 other squads down below. I mean, they do have the best odds right now, but they gotta find a way to get through Genesis Esports here from afar, which also has a complete set of players as well. And so far, it's gonna be the zone against them. They do have 2 vehicles to play with, but only one will be fully mobile, and now they gotta find a way to hop inside the scene without really getting a lot of damage here from its distance, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, just playing around the outskirts here, coming from Milta, and now they are going to be around the vicinity of Genesis Esports. So far, it's going to be a split here for Genesis Esports. For NB Esports, they do have this opportunity to isolate them one by one. But obviously, at the same time, Genesis Esports, the way that they can recover from situations, they can also come out cohesively later on, coming in from the next skirmish.
Yep, looking at the situation, NB Esports have 6 eliminations, but Genesis is there with their solid defense, taking down 2 right off the back, and at the same time, Slim Zae will confirm these 2 eliminations. Where is the rest of the NB Esports? That's the big question. We'll have to see in the overall map feed where actually these guys are, but Genesis, after 2 in their backpack, now Blue Zone is pretty much pushing them toward the circle, and GE is still taking the fight against the players that are trying to make their way to Military Island. In the meanwhile, team number 9, 7th Element, get eliminated, and without any, I would say, success, no elimination points to their name, and there's been some, quick fight happening between these guys. 7th Element, Salwart Esports, IHC, all of these squads were pretty north, in my opinion, and that's the reason why they got eliminated early on. Blue Zone was that kind of a factor that created that pressure on these squads to actually get into early fights. But we are left with only 8 teams, 22 players are remaining, and in a swift fashion, we saw 9 teams getting eliminated pretty early on.
Now we are seeing the vicinity getting covered by the way of Bigatron Red Villains alongside with Prestige Evos and Genesis Esports as well. But the team on top is going to be Sem9, I do believe, and that is going to be the verticality that they're holding on to. They have a very wide overview of the whole situation here coming from down below. And right now, I think it might just be Prestige Evos here and Genesis Esports going head-to-head. Simultaneously, one player from the side of Genesis is trying to deal with the players coming from Bigatron Red Villains. Prestige Evos rotating around the open here, only having one vehicle here. That's going to be the G4U here. And Flash coming from the set of Haley Esports is on the buggy right now, trying to trail down the 2 players out in the open here for a set of Prestige Evos. And as we get to see on the feed, Clash is happening now. It's going to be Prestige Evos getting the opener up against Haley Esports.
Yeah, Hale. Hale screen this time around. 2 of the remaining players got taken out by Prestige Evos. Sorry for that slip of the tongue, but at the same time, Genesis Esports, as they were, shooting some shots onto the players of NB Esports this time around, they are on the receiving end. Prestige just creating some more angles. Gotta be careful from Master Smile. But in the meanwhile, NB Esports take down Sem9 Kenny Mondo on a domination. Some good frags to his name. Total of 4, I believe so. But at the same time, they are pretty much in the open. 4 Medical Lives are the one taking the fight. Baron low on HP. One player will take one down, and second one as well. Where's the rest of the squad? Apex getting some damage from the back. East will confirm the 2 fallen comrades of Luxy, but at the same time, Luxy have to push forward, giving some damage to the vehicle. It's not gonna play anything for these guys, but 4 Medical Vibes are left with 2. They took 2 pieces out of the puzzle of PJE, and now it's down to Luxy and Lynx. Although these guys have to be extra careful because Apex is holding an angle which can be really disturbing for these guys, not allowing them to peek above this ridgeline.
Simultaneously as well, Alter Ego Ares will be closing in the distance as well, coming from the northern side of the map. Prestige Evo's Link spots 1 player from the outskirts. It's going to be Slim Zai for you here for Genesis Esports. Just holding on for dear life. The zone is still closing in. Still 20 more seconds to play around with. And I think it might just be Prestige Evo's here caught on a pinch. Lynx, Luxy, all eyes on you. Could just be Lynx here left alone. And now it's going to be Prestige Evo's eliminated.
There you go, a clutch coming from the side of Beast, as he was that final defense for 4 Medical Vibes against Prestige Evos. The way these guys started off the trade actually didn't work the way they were expecting, but at the same time, Genesis Esports from the back, they played their role. They've been keeping Prestige Evos busy for quite some time, so 4 Medical Vibes can actually, close in on these guys, but eventually it's an over situation for these guys. Again, 18 minutes into the play, we are left with 5 teams, 13 players are alive. The lobby strength is dropping like flies. within seconds we are seeing teams getting eliminated. This is the caliber of competition so far, Warden, and I'm really loving it the way things are playing out.
For Miracle Vibes was able to haggle the situation down, overtake NB Esports for the time being. It's not going to be too much of a discrepancy here for the set of NB Esports, but unfortunately, the movement transition here to the military base with 4 players complete set, but now they're down to only 2. And now it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes here that could possibly go head-to-head against Genesis Esports with 4 players into their competition. But something about 4 Miracle Vibes is that it doesn't really matter for them. Each and every player here coming from the set of Baron, Apex, and East could really absolutely rock things down, especially for East here, having 4 elimination points total. So that's going to be a bit of a catch-up here for Baron, but at the same time, this is a team game that we are seeing here, and the whole split here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes, the whole map control that they're showing here, it might just be them having full control of this very skirmish that they could possibly have against Genesis Esports. And Bigatron and Villain still on the very town, coming from down below towards the southern side of the vicinity. They are waiting for any opportunities to go to their side, but for the time being, nothing much is happening.
Yeah, there's nothing much happening, but at the same time, 4 Miracle Vibes, they strike hard and taking one of the players down from Genesis. And Genesis, as they were the only threat left in the lobby for 4 Miracle Vibes, because they're the only one with 4 men up, but a quick revival will come, so it's not gonna make much of a difference for 4 Miracle Vibes moving forward. But at the same time, rest of the lobby, they gotta be the silent ones, because they're not left with much of I would say manpower that can make them win battles against 4 Miracle Vibes or Genesis Esports. So they are the silent spectators in this whole fight happening between these 2 giants, with full squads intact, especially for Genesis Esports. But the thing is, Genesis have only 5 eliminations to their name, so to win this match, to get the winner chicken dinner, they gotta be more of focused toward 4 Miracle Vibes rather than the surroundings, and have to take at least 1 or 2 players from 4 Miracle Vibes, especially the split from East and Baron. They have to pick one of these guys to weaken the position of 4 Miracle Vibes moving forward, and there will be less of the retaliation coming from 4 Miracles if Genesis be able to break this split, especially taking down East, because he's been one heck of a player so far. But in the meanwhile, Sem9 takes down the remainings of NB Sports, and Sem9 have these eliminations in their backpack, the only 2 so far in this match, and we are left with top 4 teams. BTR 2-man standing, Sem9 2-man standing, and we have 4 Miracles and Genesis with their 3 and 4 men respectively.
This is looking so bright here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes. I know for a fact that in regards to the number count, Genesis Esports has this one on the bag. But once again, 4 Miracle Vibes, it doesn't matter if they only have 2 players for 3 or 2 or 1. One player could just make the difference to play out. And after all, they have one of the best looks in regards to manipulating the zone and just waiting for the actions to pan out. And now we get to see the rotation here from the set of Genesis Esports. A very heavy rotation here. A 4-man vehicle will be rotating around the northern side of the map. And I think they want to play around the outskirts as well. And so far, there's not going to be any clashes that they are about to get into. I mean, the closest there is going to be Bigatron Red Villains coming in from the town itself. 4 Miracle Vibes will be playing around the southern side of the outskirts. And now, this is going to be the time where we get to see who will get pressured from the zone. And so far, it's looking to be pretty stale here, aside from that singular player from the side of Sem9 here out from the southern side of the map, and he does get spotted from 1 player of Genesis Esports.
Actually, the funny thing is, 4 Miracle Vibes leaving that hillside, that ridge line for Genesis to capture, that's been a big break move from these guys. Now, Genesis Esports, they have to be careful from Sem9, BTR, and 4 Miracle Vibes, all of these guys at once. So they have to deal with not 3 players, rather than 7 players, because the hillside that they're trying to hold on to, it's kind of pretty open. So the only play I would say left for GE right now is to actually push onto the players of BTR without losing their player. If they clear out those compounds, they will have a fair chance to actually play in a very swift manner in the coming I would say phases of the game. But right now, phase 6 it is. Sem9, they captured some attention from Baron, and now Sem9 will be peppered down, especially from these two guys that have their attention totally onto the players of Sem9. Clearing your back is always a classical strategy and is always working, because if you are, I would say double-minded, or your focus is divided, as you have to cater on the back as well and also fight on the front, it's better to clear your back first and then actually be more focused toward the front and take the battle on one end. So yeah, this is something for Miracle Wives paying some good attention to. And Sem9, after giving out their position, gotta be more careful if they want to survive till top 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're relying on the smokes that they have right now, just tactically using it to close down the visuals here from the back ends. And now it's going to be easier trying to close down the distance up against Depth instead of Sem9. And he makes it across, but Tam will be right there out in the open. Tam, my boy, go down to the ground, but he does get some connection on towards East, but it's not going to matter for East. Gets to confirm down to the ground, gets the knock, and that's going to be leading Sem9 now with only one player on top. That's going to be Depth for you here. Standing strong for the side of Sem9. Hasn't been able to put up the impact. Now it's about the time for him to make this one work through. But unfortunately, I don't think he does get the information that East is already around the outskirt. I mean, on the ridge. And now East will be cooking up the nade right now, throwing it to the direction of Depth. Doubtly not going to be able to get the connection. But that is precious information. Never mind. Never doubt East. He gets the kill. And that's going to be Sem9 now off from the chase. 3 squads remain. Wild. Battle continuous. Lepar with the underhard throw will not be able to get the kill. Instead, takes himself out instead. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh my goodness. It was the final man standing for BTR, and nades coming from both sides. Also knocked out one of the players from GE, but gets the confirmation on the final player of BTR. We are left with Genesis versus 4 Miracle Wives. The momentum is in the favor of 4MV right now. They have the control of the most parts of the circle, but Genesis, they have those compounds, the hard covers. But it can also subject them to a lot of utility dropping or coming their way, and 4 Miracle Wives have to be precise with their projectiles. But Mernat Boy, this off angle, will really set off the tone for this fight, because if he be able to take one of the players down as they will be aggressing onto these compounds, it can actually change the course of this whole fight. But Mernat Boy with the spray gives some damage to East, but Apex is there with some cover fire. A nade coming from the side of Baron will take down Mernat, and at the same time 4 Miracle Wives will also take down West Carry. There you go. We're left with 3 versus 2 situation for 4MV. Master Smile have to come up with a plan right now, as he is stepping out in the open. Might be get spotted out from Apex, but at the same time Baron confirms Mernat Boy, in my opinion, and it's a 3 versus 2 right now. But a nade goes in, and 4 Miracle Wives, as they were least expecting someone to be here. The last man standing, Master Smile, have to clutch the things off for the chicken dinner. There you go, players, push it forward. And this could be a quick clutch, but not this time around. Apex confirming the final one, and a winner chicken dinner, a shiny one, comes for 4 Miracle Wives in the first match of week 2. What a way to start things off. And now it looks like there is a fair chance, Warden, that 4 Miracle Wives will be able to capture that lead that they have against Salwart Esports, especially for the first spot.
This is a bit of a refresher for the set of 4 Miracle Wives. After all, they only had 53 points from the placements, and that's going to be putting them to 63 now here, overtaking a lot of the competition here for them. Well deserved. Their 4th meal of a chicken dinner here, granted for them on the first round of week number 2. And honestly, this is such a good run for them. After all, we didn't really get to see Salwart Esports put up the impact on this very round. And with that being said here, that's going to be enough for them to at least possibly near the entry of the 200-point mark total here for this very overall leaderboards.
Yep, absolutely. 4 Miracle Wives will have a clear picture once we'll go to overall ranking, but right now they are the men of the hour, I would say, or men of the Erangel, as they lost one of the players early on, but still 3 men, they just pull off a miracle against Genesis Esports, especially that move isolating Mernat Boy, West Carry. Both of these players, they made slight of the mistakes just giving out their position early on, and which really paved the way for rest of the four MV to actually get their chicken dinner rather than being the runner-ups. But Genesis Esports, they had a good match as well. 7 eliminations. They come with a lot of work, I would say. But whenever a chicken dinner team stats, we have East with 6 eliminations. Definitely an MVP performance from this guy. Baron with 4, as we were talking about catching up. So yeah, definitely Baron catched up in the final moments. But Apex with 4 eliminations as well. Doc getting eliminated early on. So no damage, no knockouts, no eliminations. So still, 3 men up for Miracle Wives with a win-win chicken dinner for themselves.
24 for them in total. That's going to be adding off to the 171 that they have, and it is going to be nearing the entry now for them to head straight to the 200-point mark here for them, only 5 points away. And honestly, if they get another good game here on this respective day, they might just be on par here up against Salwart Esports. Now, for a set of FaZe Clan, D Xavier, a bit of a run for a set of Halo Esports. They are going to be trailing a bit more behind. And so far on this very first page of the overall leaderboards, it was only really 4 Miracle Vibes putting up the impact.
Yeah, 4 Miracle Vibes. They really set the tone for week 2, I would say. And again, seeing these kind of performances will give some hope to rest of the teams down below, from 3rd position onward to 8th, that they can actually make their way up as well. But once we will, as I said, move to the overall ranking, that will, give us a clear picture. But right now, the way for Miracle Vibes, it really started things off for them in week 2 and could possibly be, a chance for them to be the champ for week 2 and get that exclusive prize pool for respective weeks. But looking at the leaderboard, we have 24 points after match 1 for 4 Miracle Vibes, Genesis with 13, NB Sports with 10, and BTR, Sem9, Hale, and IHC with 6 each. Persija, Evos with 5. Then we have Salwart Esports with 4. Aegon with 3. Udo Alliance Vampire will have the similar points as well. FaZe Clan with 2. Morph with 1. And rest of the teams couldn't even open up their account in the first match of this week. So far, I am really, hopeful that we will see some action coming from FaZe and Vampire Esports in the coming matches. But Bigatron is a good start for them in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, 6 points here will be able to put them up just a little bit on the overall rankings. But obviously, since they are on the second page, they still have to find a way to double it down as well. For Stalwart, Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, once more, I just got to say it, they do have a pretty cold start here on this very week number 2. But hey, coming in, this is only the first round, guys. Getting played down to the T by the set of 4 Miracle Vibes, treating it like it is the grand finals. And after all, with every point that you accumulate here coming in from this very second would matter in the long run.
Yeah, in the longer run, you have to make sure that an overall leaderboard, you are setting somewhere nice where there is a good dollar amount associated with. So keeping an eye on the prize pool distribution, keeping an eye on the competition will really be helpful for teams to actually make a comeback. But again, the way things have started off in this week 2, the hopes are getting higher and higher. And in my opinion, hoping a comeback from teams like FaZe Clan, teams like IHC, and also looking at Sem9, they've been clinical, but the only thing which they were really struggling on was keeping their squad intact. But guys, it's not the end. We will be going on a short break. We'll be right back after this one.
See you guys in a bit.
We're still here, but we'll be right back.
We'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back, guys. It's not working, man. It's not working.
It's not working. The spell is not working. Yeah, sure.
L transition. It's not working.
but anyhow, guys, whenever we'll go on a short break, definitely we'll be right back shortly. But again, sometime this magic is not working. There's something in the air that is really just setting things off. Yeah, still
L
nothing going.
transition.
I guess we gotta use the wand rather than just
I don't have a
doing
wand,
this
man.
hand thingy. Where is it?
I'm looking for it. I don't. Someone took it. We are the forgotten wizards. But yeah, guys. Once more, it is I, Warden here, and Asin. We will be having a short break. We'll be right back.
Right back. No, still not working. Let's continue our conversation, Warden. Okay, so match number one, it was kind of, I would say, a breather for teams like Four Miracle Vibes. There will be a lot of pressure mounted on them after finishing on second spot in week one. But now these 24 points really gonna pay a dividend, I would say, to these guys.
Yeah, I mean, A bit of a change up here between the round for Farmichael Vibes, claiming 24 points on towards the first round here for week number 2. Getting 24 points is such a big jump here, honestly. And if they get another good game here, respectively, and Salwart Esports not going to be able to put up the impact, we might just be able to see them on par against Salwart Esports here in the overall ranking. After all, we got to see them be put to like a 40-point discrepancy before the night started. And 40 points doesn't really mean anything, especially if you rack up those kills and obviously win off the runs as well. And talking about odds and probabilities here, it's looking quite high here for Zeta Formical Vive to overtake Salwart Esports here, Asan.
It's going to take some of these, performances like the one they showcased in the first match. So yeah, for sure, really rooting for Four Miracle Vibes to actually bring in some more consistent performances. But it's the reason why I am a little less skeptical about them replicating the same performance in the coming map. It's a total different terrain. It's a total different map, and the strategies have to be unique to this map as well. As we were talking about Miramar, it's an extensive map. The distances are quite large. The way you take fights on Erangel, it's not going to work on Miramar. So you have to be more focused toward not giving out knockouts from long distance or just getting your armor damaged. Have to be careful with some ridge to ridge fights, and especially keeping the distance, not staying in the utility range. But talking about this whole Duel League week 2 day 1, the way things have started off for Genesis, for Four Medical Vibes, for Sem9 BTR, it's really posing a threat to the teams that are above them in the overall ranking. So I want to see how these things will actually be more favored for these teams who got the momentum early on.
Yeah, and just overall looking at this impact odd each and every round as well, you only really get to see Farmichael Vibes play if Salwart Esports and Udo Alliance and Vampire Esports will be playing. After all, they are coming from the very group of death, as I would say, Group D here.
Yep.
And so far, they are arguably one of the strongest here in this competition with Udo Alliance, Farmichael Vibes, and Salwart Esports on the very first page of the ranking. But moving over now to teams to focus to, it's going to be Farmichael Vibes, Genesis Esports, NB Esports, and Bigatron Red Villains now. And so far, it has been Farmichael Vibes that has been able to haggle things down. And, the discrepancy here between them and Genesis Esports is not too far apart. But where Farmichael Vibes really excel at right now is really the usage of utilities there. I don't think they were going to be able to recover from the situations that they were in coming in from the last circle that we got to see on the first round. If it wasn't for the smokes that they were able to invest themselves into, they were able to close in the distance of Sem9, and that was enough for them to get an opener as well coming from the southern side of the map. And that was the entry as well that they put up against the last squad into the mix. So props to them for them to be able to pull up that one. Let's see what can the rest offer.
Yeah, but again, that aggressive move coming from the side of Four Medical Vibes against Sem9, especially isolating Tam, was really, I would say, that pivotal point for Four Medical Vibes to eventually make it to top 2 and getting the chicken dinner for themselves as well. But at the same time, I wouldn't like to take the spotlight away from NB Esports. The way they started things off, 6 eliminations early on in first 2 phases of the game, really paved a way for these guys to actually move to top 5 or top 6. But the only thing that they should have worked on was not taking that split of 2 players, as 2 of the players were on the main island and 2 of them were onto the military island. So if they were the whole squad at one place, definitely the results could have been different. Sem9 would have been eliminated pretty early, and at the same time Four Miracle Vibes will have a backstab from the military compounds. But overall, it was a pretty balanced gameplay coming from NB Esports. Still, they have to figure out the way to just stay close, stay as a whole squad in one place. And if they do so, definitely results will be pretty different.
The biggest difference here between NB Esports and Four Miracle Vibes are alongside the way of Salwart Esports, or we could also put into the the mixture of FAZE Clan and IHC. The trades was just more prevalent on that very case for the set of NB Esports. Unfortunately, with every skirmish that they were greeted along the way in regards to the rotations, they were losing players over and over again, to the point that we were able to see them having the best odds coming in from the military base, as it was only them and Genesis Esports having a complete set of players. But unfortunately, once more, once they had only two players to work with, they got isolated one by one and they get thrown out from the chase. So still valiant effort though. I mean, after all, if you do have the numbers to back yourself up, especially on that stage of the game, you would be expected to put up the impact, and they absolutely did. It was just that they slowed down just a little bit, especially on the last and final few circles.
I would say at the point when they eliminated BTR, they shouldn't have, let themselves to be in a comfort zone, staying inside those compounds. If they were rather captured, that small ridge right behind the compounds, it would have been a different equation for Four Miracle Wipes. They wouldn't be able to place that flank in shape of Baron. That was that key factor which took down Murdered Boy. And at the same time, Fort McElroy won't be able to use that ridge line against these guys to just peek and fire when needed. So it's all about making the right move at the right time and making sure that you make the move first rather than your opposition do so. But at the same time, as we had these four squads in focus, I would say, Warden, one thing that was quite I would say different from the whole equation was not seeing Sem9 here. Sem9, they got their two eliminations in this match by eliminating the remaining two players of NB Esports, so maybe that's the reason why they were not worth mentioning here. But if Sem9 be able to keep their players intact, yeah, definitely it could have been a different case overall.
And I think it's going to be the best odds here for them, especially on the side of Miramar. After all, this is something that they just can't really avoid. In every situation that they are put into the last and final three circles, they are put into a discrepancy where to the point that they're just caught in the middle. But one thing that they have is really the awareness of the terrain here for the side of Miramar. After all, we got to see them get their first meal of the chicken dinner here onto the very map of Miramar. And at some point they were up against FaZe Clan, they were up against more GPX, and they were able to still hold on to the situation, even though for a fact they were caught in the middle. The verticalities wasn't really there. There was a bit of a pressure as well coming from the zone itself, but hey, they were still able to get the connection. Until then, that is exactly how they got their. I do believe they were able to get like at least two chicken dinners here from the very run for Miramar. So let's see this time around if they're gonna have a better run comparing it to what we got from Erangel.
Yeah, for sure. And Erangel, well, this could have been a good chance for these guys. They were on the military island, and the funny thing was, Salwart Esports, their drop location is right next door to 4MV in Nowhere Ripnoy, and this time around, for some reason, they decided to drop up north, close to South Georgia Pole, and that thing really didn't work for these guys. Might be these guys are cursing themselves right now for making that decision, because if they would have dropped onto the military island, they could have been in the place of GE rather than getting eliminated early on and keeping themselves in a good position in overall ranking as well. But that's a different story, guys. That's past. Things are over. Whatever theories, whatever conspiracies we come with, it's not gonna change what happened in the previous match. So let's talk about Miramar in particular. Any specific team, Warden, that you're looking forward besides Sem9, as you mentioned how strong they are on Miramar, that you think can possibly ace this coming match?
We're going to be getting the competition of A, C, D, and E. We're not going to be seeing B here play out. And honestly, this is going to be tough for me. But at the same time, I want to see possibly a run here for the side of FaZe Clan, because FaZe Clan, they are arguably one of the strongest teams as well here for the side of Miramar. It's just that they are not really able to get the last and final adjustment to bag up those placement points as well. And overall, they do have a really great look in regards to how to play this very map. It's just that I do believe they play a bit too aggressively here for my liking, to the point that the longevity of the squad is really not much of a topic anymore as we move over to the last in circle. But if ever, let's say, they play their cards right this time around, just slow down the tempo just a little bit at the last and the stage of the game. Till then, this might just be the opportunity as well for them to bag their first chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe Clan, they started things off with IHC. They took down two of the players pretty, easily. But at the same time, the only thing that didn't work out was, again, splitting up. If you are two men, fighting against a three-man squad, the best strategy for you is to stay together. One player pushing onto a solo player it would be a 50-50 fight. But 2 versus 1, that could be in a different equations. But in that case, FaZe, they totally got, I would say, obliterated in that fight, where IHC, they played the big brain. Even the final elimination on the solo player of FaZe, it was just shooting the feet from under the bus. So that was, I would say, a big brain play coming from the side of IHC. But IHC couldn't even survive for that long as well, even though those 4 eliminations were there on the board for them. But there was nothing else left for these guys. But at the same time, talking about FaZe in particular, staying in the top 3 positions without even getting a chicken dinner, it really takes a lot of aggression, which FaZe had shown us, back and forth in these coming matches. But talking about our match number 2 for Duel League Week 2 Day 1, it's Miramar and Plain Line, starting from down south, going up north toward La Cobria and the Oasis. It's not mentioned on the map, definitely, but that watery thingy right up north is that particular position that I'm referring to. So it's a good, western favorite Plain Line. Most of the eastern part of the map, like Terra Bronca, Elazar, Impala, including Puerto Paraiso, will be a far fetch for these guys. So teams will be colliding more toward spots like Los Leones, Junkyard, most part of San Martin and Hacienda. Water treatment is quite accessible, and the whole of western part is pretty much accessible, including the ruins area, which is mentioned as Alcantara here. But so far, looking pretty nice and cozy. But there you go, first circle down south, centralizing Chumacera, the city of wonders.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the circle that we usually get to see here for the set of Miramar has been revolving around the vicinity of Los Leones or somewhere around down south. And so far, Bigatron Red Villains, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, alongside with Formical, Vibes U2 Alliance, Aegon XI8, Alter Ego Ares, 141 Official, and Vampire Esports will be smiling here big time, as they are absolutely found into the mixture. Now for the side of FaZe Clan, they are going to be playing around Picado here. And the last time we got to see them drop down on Picado, at least backtracking 2 games before, they also went against IHC. But for now, we're not going to be seeing that competition play out. FaZe Clan having the whole town of Picado is going to be pretty dangerous in the long run.
Yep. Again, mentioning Los Leones, it's a big city. Even though wherever you make the first circle, it's pretty rare and difficult to miss out Los Leones. There will be someone somewhere creeping in that first phase. But looking at Zersha against CMF early on, a fight happening between both of these guys, and Team 141 also taking down some of the players from Morph. Some early clashes between these guys, but Zersha, as they took down one of the players from CMF. They don't have to be too greedy, I must say, if they want to survive long term in this match. Because now CMF have a good compound to their name. 2 of the compounds, just posing a multiple choice question for Zersha. Choose the right compound to actually push on to. But Zersha, at the same time, they are just eyeing on both of these options. Memo and Mad Cat. Both of these guys are pretty much surrounded by Zersha RNG with a Winchester 94. We'll see if this can give any sort of damage. In early phases of the game, yeah, for sure, I can say I can take a bet on Winchester, but once there is some armor available, Winchester is pretty much, throwing, peas onto your opposition. But anyhow, at the same time, Zersha, Earth, and Earth Z, and also I would say RNG on this side. They're just trying to create some pressure, trying to get some sound cues on Memo, but Mad Cat is also more focused toward that side. Earth Z pushing forward. There you go. They want to isolate this fight. Just want to pressurize CMF. Memo as well, but Memo striking one. GSM at the same time taking down Chopper. And also another player is low on HP. CMF really striking back. Zersha down to 2 men standing.
And now it's going to be CMF x GSM in control of the situation right now. I got to throw it down. Win N4 in early stage of the game, not going to be the most viable here. But having a UMP in close quarter combat could really overpower down Shersha, and it's going to be diehard for you. Still looking to get an angle. Only one tap away to get knocked down. Now on the feed, we get to see Shoppers now confirmed out of the round. Diehard doesn't really have any resources to play with in regards to resetting his HP. So early stage of the game, CMF x GSM having a bright look of this case, and this is something that you don't really get to expect quite a lot here from Miramar, having early altercations like this. But unfortunately for both of the squads, they do meet alongside with Mark GPX and 1-for-1 official. Eagle cooking up the nade, looking to get Cleon out from the rooftops, and now he's going to throw it down. Will he get the connection? Precious damage.
This was close. This was pretty close. One more utility, if was available, could have been the final nail, but looks like they are pretty strict on the resources right now. 1-for-1 is pretty early in a game to have a full-fledged fight like that, but 1-for-1 Rafe, he has something for himself. No grenades available, but these smokes on Cleon will really pay the dividend. 1-for-1, they are trying to surround the 3 players of Morph, as they have already realized it's a 4 versus 3, so it's better to keep that foot on the accelerator rather than just slowing down. So Morph, they are pretty much constrained to only one compound in the midst of Valedemar. But Janaza throwing his ban, just trying to create some rattling sound, but at the same time CMF getting knocked down on the other side of the map by Zersha Diard, as he was already low on HP. Some vector eliminations coming in, knockouts I would say coming in, not elimination yet. So there you go, Diehard once again giving some more damage, taking down Mad Cat. But Memo, what are you planning? What are you cooking for Diehard? Rest of the CMF GSM, they cannot afford any further of casualties, and now CMF GSM have those 4 eliminations in their backpack, but lost 2 of their players. Mad Cat should have been careful while taking this fight, but some quick loot from Memo. But again, I would say it's not worth it. But Rafe taking down Cleon on the rooftop, right away confirming the elimination. Now 1-for-1 in total control.
Yeah, Eagle down to the ground. But the whole positioning here for the set of Morph GPX, they do have a bit of a lenient control here. Could come into a Punisher later on if 1-for-1 official does decide to just wrap around the vicinity. Because, Morph GPX right now, they are crammed into one building. And as much as I want to say it, they do have the opportunity to play cohesively. But at the same time, Zone will start to close in, but
Rocky.
from afar,
Nice
Rocky.
work.
Wow, precious connection, putting the numbers down here for a set of 1-for-1 official, and Yoru with the Mini 14 has absolutely contained the kill to confirm 2 out from the chase, and now it's only going to come down to Janaza and Sirius here to change the tides of the game.
Yeah, Sirius have to come up with a plan to take down Rocky at least, because he's a real threat. The way he took down Rafe off that buggy was really precise, and I must say, in that case, 1-for-1 have to hold their horses for a while and go for the, res rather than going into a fight. And there you go, they have put down one of the players, both of these players out of the mix, and now Rocky low on HP taking down Janaza to a slit of an HP right now. But there you go, pushing forward, Janaza taken down, and there you go, 1-for-1. They're losing this fight 1 by 1, and 1-for-1 is wiped out by the 2 players, Yoro and Rocky, the dynamic duo, taking down the 4 players. 1-for-1 got eliminated. Oh, it's still Sirius remaining, yeah. So I thought it was a final nail as a player got taken down, but there you go, it's a 1-versus-2.
Ooh, Yoro. Good shots here. He has to have the angle. Double shot will come in, and it's going to be 1-for-1 official thrown out from the chase, alongside with Shersha Esports earlier as well. And simultaneously, it's going to be FAZE Clan getting taken down as well. Bigatron Red Villains, they wave their hands goodbye. And wherever we get to look from front, back, left, right, center, it's just going to be squads falling down like flies, as you would say.
Absolutely, wow. Absolutely. Yeah, this was some quick, transition happening between BTR and FaZe. As I was least expecting FaZe going against BTR the way they did, but got eliminated. The final one was burned down to ashes by BTR, but still, at the same time, for MV, they are the victors of the situation because they got those eliminations in their backpack as well without even losing with losing a player. Yeah, they did lost Doc in the process, but they're still checking the surroundings. They're not sure that even though if someone might be camping this location, with a lot of utility being dumped, Molotovs also. There's no one is upstairs, guys. Just trying to burn down the whole place. But 4MV being extra careful. Yeah, they already spotted the loot crates now. There'll be some peace and quiet for these guys for a moment, but 4MV, whatever the situation is, they get the most out of it.
Just phenomenal map control here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes. But back here for the set of Sim9, redemption time for them here on the run for the set of Miramar, and they got to deal with their fellow Malaysian squad, U2 Alliance, on the mountains. It's going to be Reps for you. Repos on top. Clux as well, wrapping around. Vampire Esports will be coming from the eastern side of the map, so
oh my god.
Sim9 currently in the situation here, caught in a pinch, and honestly, fortunately, they are part of, a very convincing part of the circle here, so they don't really have to get forced into any rotations whatsoever. All they got to do is find one squad to isolate, to get an entry to go out from this very vicinity.
Again, Sim9, Vampire Esports, and U2 Alliance all in a trail, just sticking to each other's back. Right now it looks like Sim9, they are in a pinch situation, as you said. And again, Vampire Esports doesn't look like they're going for any sort of aggression at this moment. Previous match was not, a good one for these guys. So they need a momentum setter match for themselves. So that's the reason why we're seeing not much of the aggression coming from side of Vampire. Still 4-man intact. But the squads with some numbers on the board are the one dealing a lot of damage as well, have some, casualties on their side as well. Looking at Morph, 2 players surviving, 4 Miracle Vibes in a better situation than Morph, 3 men up. GSM on the other side, low on HP, struggling with the blue zone as well. But now they're trying to make their way in. 4MV, they are in a good position, circle shifted toward Lost Neons. Aegon Xide have one of the edges of the circle on the eastern side. And right in the dead center, as you said, rightly said, I would say, Sim9 sitting pretty nice in a good compound. You don't have to worry about any of the circle shifts.
Yeah, but a lot of competition will be encircling them here, and once more, I don't think there's going to be any opportunities for them to isolate one squad here, especially on the direction for the set of U2 Alliance, because 4 Miracle Vibes will be closing as well. Alter Ego Eras coming from down south will be around the vicinity as well, and I think it's about time for them to, just play off the pacing for now, let the dirty work be handled by the rest of the competition. And now we get to see 7 Elements just getting a bit of damage here coming from their direction, and that's going to be offered by the set of Sim9. Once more, they have a very wide overview of the situation. U2 Alliance will be hopping in here. 4 Vibes getting an opener up against Rosemary from the set of Alter Ego Eris. And that's going to be Alter Ego Eris losing their first man here on this very round.
Yeah, the scout always going down. That's his fate if you're scouting a position for your team, and as circle is already cramped up. This is kind of a thing that you have to deal with. So Rosemary just sacrificing himself to the cause, and so far Alter Ego not getting any success with this sacrifice. But anyhow, U2 Alliance, they have a good position for themselves as well. Just have to be careful from their back, as these teams will be migrating anytime soon. Seeing DX Xavier in the premise as well. Looks like U2 Alliance have to be more of cautious, because 4MV, they already have their tone set for the match. They have 4 eliminations in their backpack, so losing any of their player will make it a favorable situation for 4 Miracle Vibes to win. And as we have seen in the previous match, 4 Miracle Vibes is pretty rare of them to miss their shots. But once again, Salwart Esports, another team everyone is eyeing on, doesn't have much of the success so far. And as I was saying, that Action takes down one of the players, 2 of the players from Morph, and it's a quick elimination. At the same time, CMF GSM gets eliminated out as well on 12th spot. So we are left with only 10 teams in the mix.
Salwart Esports in rotation right now. We'll be playing around the outskirts once more. And they do have to meet the Xavier along the way if they do head into the direction of the western side of the map. U2 Alliance will be playing around the mountains. And so far, this is exactly how they like to play. You know, just hold things down from afar, get precious information, and try to find a better lick later on. First out of 7 elements, he want to close down the distance because Vampire Esports double DB he has to do the FAZE. Lovely entry for Sevelian. And now he wants to deal with one more here from the shed. But Stoned goes out from the chase. Nades flies through from the side of Schwepp as well. And now they lower the numbers down so far, and the pressure's on for the side of Vampire Esports.
What a way to start a fight, but still a good retaliation coming from the side of Vampire Esports. They lost 2 of their players. Divine is also knocked out, but at the same time, Genesis from the backlines jumps into the fight. Now 7th Element have to cater 2 of these squads, but Vampire Esports, they're done and dusted T24 OP with his final nade, but now 3 versus 4 situation between Genesis and 7E. 7E, T24 OP pushing forward, and at the same time, Genesis Master Smile have that player knocked out as well. There you go, some sprays coming in. Sem9 on the back lines also getting one of the players knocked out. 7E player Alian, as he was resting in the open, gets taken out. 7E is out of the mix, and Genesis Esports have the final few for themselves. Now, looking at the overall situation, Sem9, I don't know why, from where they got the knocked out, but Sem9 shouldn't be the one dealing in the knocks. At the same time, Salwart Esports going against DX Xavier, finishing things off, and also at the same time getting their players knocked out as well. 3 numbers for Team Salwart Esports, last man standing for DX, I believe so. And there are still 2 players, not the last man. And there you go, isolating the player once again. Die for you, pushing forward. It's Nurzid. And now the final one for DX. And DX will also be dealing in early casualties.
It's crazy how the reaction for the set of Salwart will kick in, but unfortunately for Die for You, he's not going to be able to come out standing strong as he tries to go back behind the shed. But fortunately, Tops will be around the parameter, and it's only going to be Tops here standing strong so far for the side of Salwart Esports. The zone is closing in as well. 2 factors that they got to worry about: the Xavier in the very zone, and they're running out of time. Unfortunately, and quite fortunately, we're granted with another clash here. Sem9 up against Genesis Esports. Sem9 hanging on for dear life. Kenny S looking to get the pickup, but it's going to be U2 Alliance putting the pressure from the back lines, and it's going to be Salwart eliminated as of the moment.
Salwart is out. DX Xavier, the final man, was enough for the elimination, and some help coming from the side of U2 Alliance as well. Now GE get one of their players knocked out. Sem9, 2 of them are bleeding out. Last one standing for these guys, but he is pretty far back, won't be able to provide any sort of support. But Genesis, they are not stopping anytime soon. Last man standing of DX Xavier still fighting back, but U2 Alliance this time around will take care of this person, and DX will at last meet their demise. But right in the dead center, there's been a lot of fights happening, and we are only left with 16-19 players alive. Most of these matches are just getting over in 22 to 25 minutes of mark. But Sem9, they will res up one of their players. GE, still 4-man standing. 3 eliminations to the name of Smile. 3 for Zay, Slim Zay. And looks like GE, they're not going to stop for this, Sem9 squad. At the same time, a third party happening from the side of Aegon XI8. They want to jump in and want to have a piece of Genesis for themselves as well. But West Kerry, you have to be careful. Not going to make those mistakes that they did in the previous match. If they do so, for sure, Genesis will be under immense amount of fire from Aegon.
Genesis Esports managing to put themselves back into stage 5 of the competition. Sem9 in rotation coming from the southern side of the map. That's going to be Mikhail for you and his teammate holding on for dear life. 4 Miracle Vibes alive and kicking out. 5 elimination points for them here on the current situation. They want to deal with some more, but they are getting beaten down from Fnatic here from the side of Alter Ego areas. Precious knocked down. Apex down to the ground. It's only going to be Baron here so far, trying to make up the fight that Fnatic was able to put up, and U2 Alliance will be coming from the northern side as well. 4 Miracle Vibes out in the open. Pinch could be offered here for them to get taken out from this equation.
Yeah, pretty much. At the same time, Aegon XI8, they are just not leaving Alter Ego spare as well. Potato gets knocked out, and Alter Ego, as they're more focused toward for Miracle Vibes and U2 Alliance, one of their players will fall as well. But on the same time, there you go, East coming for the rescue. And once a player will be back in a safe cover, that's where the magic will happen. For Miracle Vibes, still 3 men standing, 5 eliminations to their name. And now Alter Ego have to be more careful because they're not left with the favorable player number. What is East gonna do? Is he gonna, provide some more pick and drop from his one of the player that is stuck outside the blue zone? That's rightly so. That's what he's gonna do. But U2 Alliance realizing there's nothing much left on this part of the map. Let's move to a better place where the party is, and that's what U2 Alliance is actually making their way into. But now, the real threat Sim9 is pretty much neutralized. Only 2 players of Sim9 are there, so it will be an easy transition for U2 Alliance from stage 5 to stage 6.
U2 Alliance granted another opportunity to bag a win here from Miramar. And so far, they have an overview of For Miracle Vibes, Alter Ego Ares as well. But this time around, the attention span here for Alter Ego Ares is going to be against Falak getting tagged up, but the nade flies through. Fnatic looking to get the trade as well, but Falak cooking up this nade, looking for the perfect meteor, throws it down to the ground, and throws Alter Ego Ares with a bang. Wow.
Oh my god. Falak is using these nades like bullets, I would say, or I would say, a cannonball. Maybe, just cooking it to the right perfection where it hits right on the face and knocks the player down. Alter Ego, they were not ready for this kind of aggression from this solo. Pretty much stuck in the containers, but still, Aegon Xide, Falak, he will be rescued. Ghost will be there to help his fallen comrade to be back up and keep making those doing those wonders that he just did against Alter Ego. Left with 5 squads, 15 players are alive. There's not much of the strength left in U2 Alliance and Sem9 as well. U2 Alliance as they're trying to make their way in. There you go. The vehicle will tip off, and a good spray will take down Repo, but he was pretty much lucky in my opinion. Otherwise, he would have been taken out. Baron on the back lines could be a possible threat, but Aegon Xide, IQ, is keeping a close eye on East and Apex. Both of these guys have captured the zone for themselves. But at the same time, Aegon Xide, still 3 men standing. 4 men, I would say. Blade is somewhere pretty far from the equation, but Aegon pushing forward. IQ getting the zone for his team. Falak will follow as well, but a nade from 4 Miracle Vibes. Apex will take down IQ. Apex with some precision projectiles, I must say. But a nade once again being traded off. Some chip damage onto the east. Falak's position is pretty much revealed. Another following nade can take down Falak. You have to be careful. Some more chip damage to the player, but a nade that will keep 4 Miracle Vibes a little back while he can res up his player. But position of Baron is very important. If Baron will be there providing a surprise, and there you go, a surprise will come, and it's a knock on Falak as well. IQ will get confirmed.
Ooh. Aegon XA on the ground. Blade looking to make the play up against Baron. Baron instead of push, still enduring the bullets coming from afar. And it's going to be Blade repositioning for the time being. Wants to go for East instead alongside with Apex. But it's going to be Ghost here getting beamed down. And now Ghost actually getting the connection with the nade. Blade as well gets the connection from afar. And now it's going to be the only player, Baron, here instead of Bush, hanging on here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes.
4 Miracle Vibes, they came across the wrong squad, I must say, in that battle. The way, Baron actually created that off angle, I was thinking maybe that's the end of Aegon XI8, but Blade had some plans of himself as well. And that's where really 4 Miracle Vibes were least expecting to someone coming from that far. But Baron, last man standing, these smokes will indicate his position. And once Falak will be back on his feet, for sure, there'll be some fight happening. But Genesis at the same time will push onto the players of Aegon Xide. Goes take down East as well, confirming those eliminations. But now Blade needs some support from his teammates as he is, sensing some threat coming from the eastern side of the map. There you go, Genesis 3 men standing, pushing forward. Ghost getting some chip damage. Genesis Master Smile will least expect Falak to be there, but Baron from the backline is still a headache for Aegon Xide. They have to clear Baron as soon as possible because this can actually be more of an issue. But there you go, Baron with some random nades take down Ghost, and it will allow him to push even further and getting closer to the players.
Once to confirm the kill for Ghost. Each and every elimination would come in handy here, and Ghost is just right up front. Opportunity granted.
Oh,
Doesn't
Pollock gets knocked down.
clear. No, actually gets the kill instead. Now it's going to be Blade on top of the mountain. Has to deal with Genesis Esports and the one and only Baron from set of Formical Vibes. Blade cooking up. The nade actually throws down the smoke instead. Now he is going to go for the lethal. And Baron's going to fall back. Not going to be able to get the opportunity. But honestly, the attention span here for the set of Blade has to go to the way of Genesis Esports because they are closing in from the central side of the map. So far, it's only going to be 4 squads here found into the mix here. But Blade wants to go and mitigate this last player from the set of Formical Vibes. Baron has his head to play with, dancing all across. Razzle and Dazzle gets him tagged up.
Oh, nice one, Baron.
Thrown out as well. Aegon XA8 eliminated. Formical Vibes still standing strong.
Baron, nice work done. Once again, keeping Baron alive on the back. That was a big mistake Aegon XA8 made, and they had to pay for that. And rightfully, Formical Vibes Baron took the total payment, I would say, the full payment in that case. But at the same time, Formical Vibes, again, making it to top 4, will really solidify their position on the overall leaderboard. 8 eliminations to their name. Genesis on the site, 7 eliminations, still 4 men intact. A good match possibly for Genesis, as they lost the previous one. They were runner-ups for Erangel. In Miramar, they can possibly bag that chicken dinner for themselves. Now, you realize they're 2 men standing. They're going up against Sem9, who are also 2 men. So it's a 50-50 for both of these guys to survive and make it to top 3, because they don't stand a chance against Genesis, in my opinion. Because in that case, Genesis with 4 men up will give them a hard competition. But Repo SS, they're not paying attention to their western part, where Sem9, Depp, and Mikhail, both of these guys are residing right now. Slim Zay, maybe that guy will catch Sem9 off guard. But Blue Zone has moved forward, and now Sem9 have to clear that compound as well.
Top 4 remains. 2 from the side of Malaysia. Genesis Esports from the side of Myanmar. And Formical Vibes alone here once more. Does have an angle against Yudu Alliance. If he does peek out to the northern side of the map, and Yudu Alliance might just be in trouble as well, as they have to deal with Genesis Esports here from the front ends of the spectrum. Sem9 will be on just the left side. Very compact. Flash here might just hop along. Now we get to see initiation from Slim Zai on the nade. Will be able to get the kill. Genesis Esports Master Smile will be able to get the trade off as well. Now we get to see Baron from afar. Will put the pressure as well from the side of Yudu Alliance. 2, 3 directions that they got to deal with. And so far, it's just going to be Formical's Baron, making it hard for the side of Yudu Alliance.
Yeah, Depp once again taking down another player down from Genesis, and Master Smile will get flushed out as well. Sem9 confirming 2 eliminations on Genesis, and Genesis somewhat throwing their chicken dinner to Yudu Alliance, possibly to Formical Vibes Baron, even though he's a solo survivor, still fighting quite courageously, I would say, and being that headache for Yudu Alliance as well. But what is Genesis Esports thinking right now? They are not paying attention to their surrounding, and as I was saying, so Yudu Alliance will peek from up top and gets knocked out. Iftar Kafi is quite low in HP right now, and at this moment, looks like these nades will do the damage and could possibly confirm those eliminations. Martin Boy confirming Repo, and now it's a 2 versus 1 versus 1. 3 teams alive, 4 players are there, but Baron gets confirmed in the meanwhile, and now it's a 2 versus 1, and this could be, I would say, a clutch moment for Iftar if he wants to confirm that elimination point, but he has to isolate Martin Boy and Vescary and cannot stay in a nading range. There you go, and it goes in chip damage, some shotgun shots, but not connecting on the right point, and a winner chicken dinner goes to Genesis Esports at last. What a way to, have a redemption after the previous match performance. Nice one from GE.
Well deserved for them. I mean, hanging on the top end of the second page of the overall board will be able to, that's going to be able to rocket them quite above now here into the spectrum. Well-deserved meal for them. A lovely, juicy, tender chicken dinner for them. And, honestly, I was about to say, if Formical Vibes secure number 2 spot again, I mean, at least around the, area, it's going to be a very big jump for them overall against Salwart Esports. As we all get to see, Salwart Esports was pretty stale again here all the way down to the second round. But for now, the spotlight is on for the side of Genesis Esports.
Absolutely, Genesis Esports getting the winner with a chicken dinner, and I would say a great role played by Martin Boy. He was a grenadier for his team, and the way he used that utility, that was quite clinical. And in that fashion, that's how you win the fights. You know, sometimes you don't have to show your face, just show your presence with the utility, rather. But Genesis Esports, Limze, and Master Smile, they again committed the same mistake, which these guys did in the previous match as well. And all thanks to Viscary and Mernit Boy just keeping their, composure, and at the same time not throwing themselves to U2 Alliance. Otherwise, that could have been a different equation overall. But U2 Alliance, they survived in a difficult situation where their back was pretty much open to 4 Miracle Wipes Baron, as he was, just shooting anything that was moving in Miramar, and he can, lay his eyes on. But overall, Genesis Esports, it was a good comeback. 12 eliminations, 10 placement points. So it's going to be, again, a big jump for these guys. 22 points in this match. And obviously, in the previous match, they got I believe, 13 points. So 22, 13. So 35 points in 2 matches is really going to play a big dividend for these guys to make their way up in the overall ranking. But overall, it was a quite aggressive match, Warden, in my opinion. I least expect Miramar to be like this and so pacey, and everywhere, wherever we are just changing our perspective, it's someone fighting and their squads, dropping like flies.
Honestly, for a set of Genesis Esports, this is really impressive to see for them. After all, this is not the first time that we get to see them have this whole meal for them, but at the same time, coming in from the last 4 days, they've mostly have been getting eliminated coming from the first stage of the game. Not just the first stage, being the first squad to get eliminated, and especially pretty relevant as well here, prevalent for the side of Miramar. And this is such a jump for them. Talk about differences that you can offer onto the next stage of the competition. After all, only the best out of the best will be able to put up the impact, especially at the stage of the round or the whole event. And with them rocking and dropping 22 points in total, making 4 Miracle Vibes trail down quite convincingly, this is a really good start for them as well.
It's kind of a flip scenario. Previous match, 4 Miracle Vibes that got 24 points, and Genesis were on 13. This time around, it's Genesis with 22 and 4 Miracle Vibe with 13. So kind of a similar equation for these guys. But overall, I would say 4 Miracle Vibes keeping that momentum going for themselves is really that point which we should be more focused on, because 4 Miracle Vibes, if they will be able to replicate kind of a similar performance as Sanhok, it will be a difficult situation for Salwart Esports to cater, because Salwart Esports, they're getting 5-4 points for themselves, keeping their heads up. But at the same time, they need a big performance to keep that lead for themselves, so rest of the lobby keeps trailing them. But overall, U2 Alliance with 10 points, their first match, but a good start in the week 2. So overall, I would say it was a good performance coming from the side of Sem9 as well. They've been consistent. Unfortunately, every time, like the previous match as well, they're left with only 2 players. They have nothing much to fight for, I must say, or maybe equal number opportunity. They never get an equal opportunity. It's always they're 2 against 4 or maybe 2 against 3. So if in the coming matches M9 work on surviving more rather than taking those fights, definitely they can actually get a chicken dinner for themselves. But top damage dealer in match number 2, we have Genesis Esports with 1791 damage with 12 eliminations. So conversion is pretty nice in my opinion. They've been stealing some frags left, right, and center. 4 Miracle Vibes on the other side, 1784 damage, quite similar, but elimination points are pretty, I would say, scarce. But looking at the overall leaderboard, we have 37 points for 4 Miracle Vibes. Genesis with 35 in week 2 after match number 2. U2 Alliance with 13. Sem9 with 2 matches, 12 points. Aegon with 12 points. NB Esports with 10. Bigatron with 9. And Salwart Esports with 9. Maybe some of you guys watching, thinking why we are showing only 2 match, rankings, is because we will have a separate rank for every week. So this is for week 2. Let's have a quick look at overall leaderboard on the second page as well. We're Hale with 6, IHC with 6. We have Morph with 6 points, Prestige Evos with 5, then Vampire and GSM with 4 each. Alter Ego with 3 points, and FAZE Clan with 3. Things are not working good for FAZE Clan this week so far, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, being the top dog here to be able to rack up this elimination points down to only dropping 3 in total. And that is the overall impact they're going to be able to do here coming from the second round here of week number 2. So once more, it's a big catch up that they got to do here. And moving over to the remaining rounds that they got to play, FaZe Clan belonging to Group C, they only have 2 more games to play with. They are going to be taking a break here for Sanhok, and which we all know Sanhok is going to be a map that he could really grab those kills and rack up those elimination points. But unfortunately, they're not going to be found here, so they're going to be put to stale. So they got to find a way to convert those eliminations coming from Erangel to Miramar.
Yeah, again, FaZe, they should have learned their lesson. Should have going in some early fights. But overall, 2 matches are gone. FaZe have to be more careful in the coming ones. But, not going to talk much about the past. Let's move toward our favorite map. We have something similar here, Warden. It's Sanhok. Only thing about Sanhok is that most of the competitive players, they don't like Sanhok because it is kind of a map which totally offset everything. It is quite difficult to master. It is you're always down to the mercy of blue zone and circle. If you're inside the circle, you are the hunter, you're the predator. But if you're outside, just pray for a survival. Otherwise, there is no chance. But anyhow, guys, we'll be going on a short break. We'll be right back with match number 3. Till then, take care of yourself. We'll be right back.
Well. Welcome back to Do League 2023, but welcome to you, Vince G, here on the Do League 2023. But I mean, come on, man. This is so unexpected, but hey, dreams do come true at the end of it. And now we're going to be moving over to round number 3 here, Vince G. We're going to be moving over to Sanhok here on the middle. And so far, we've seen two teams battle it out. Erangel Vibes winning the first game. They stand second on towards the second round as well. And moving over, it was Genesis Esports winning that respective match. So match 3 here, Vince G. You missed 2 rounds of action, but hey, it doesn't matter here. Let's get it on.
Well, I'm so excited, Warden, to see what's gonna come up next in our Mountain Dew League. Things are just getting so interesting. What I love about Battle Royale, anything can happen. Might as well catch up on the leaderboard. If you're falling short, then probably you need to perform better towards the next map. And the next map, I believe it's gonna come up next.
Yep, gonna come out next now pretty soonly here, and pretty hyped up here, honestly. And once more, it's an honor casting with you here. We had a fair run as well on the local scene, but now we're back here into the South Asia run. And once more, it's going to be a true testament here what you can offer into the table as well as casters, because so far the players here has been rocking the tables here onto this very respective run. And so far, we do get to see Salwart Esports on top of the competition, but Formerical Vibes is not really too far behind as well. And a bit of a catch-up as well for Genesis Esports, coming in from the second page of the overall ranking, moving over to possibly the first as well, but that's something that we got to confirm later on. And moving over, we started off with the night with Salwart Esports on top, Formerical Vibes trailing down below, FAZE Clan as well right there, D Xavier, Halo Esports, ISG Esports, Alter Ego Ares, and Udo Alliance. And so far, man, things has been going south here for a lot of the top dogs here in this competition for its Do League 2023.
Man, those teams that you mentioned, they have been one of the most performing teams in South and Southeast Asia. Those teams have been performing so well all throughout the year, and we can expect to see more from these teams when they perform here on the Mountain Dew League. So it's not gonna be upsetting if there's someone that managed to at least catch up from the very point of this game, and probably we're gonna be expecting more from the teams that have been making a mark in the South or and actually Southeast Asian scene.
Yeah, making a mark, putting up a scratch, putting up the impact overall is something that we want to see from the Southeast Asia scene. Alongside, a bit of a match as well for South Asia, because after all, they started off their first week very convincing. It was only really Halo Esports here on this very night that was able to put up the run as well. But for Southeast Asia, once again, it's going to be Halo Esports rocking this one true. So it's going to be pretty interesting as well on how consistent Southeast Asia can offer themselves here onto the spectrum. Soon enough, we're going to be heading straight into round number 3. It's going to be Sanhok here. Vince G, I know for a fact you're a master in regards to your analysis. I want you to talk us through here for Sanhok. What is the best thing so far that these teams can offer here to the table?
Well, when it comes to Sanhok, we can see teams prioritizing their own safety. Probably might get towards the small circle. Probably we might reach phase 6, phase 7 towards Sanhok map, and then the way I expected this, some of them might drop towards the hard hotspot. For example, they're gonna be dropping towards Paradise Resort. You're gonna be expecting teams contesting towards Camp Alpha, Boot Camp, and might as well prioritize on their own safety because, as we all know, things have changed. Sanhok, it's not the Sanhok that we've been used before. Before 2023, Sanhok's meta had become more and more focused on getting those elimination points rather than survivability. Before, actually, Sanhok, we can expect Sanhok to we can expect players from Sanhok to invest in health packs, but right now they're gonna be prioritizing points, elimination points, in order for them to climb up the ladder boards.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're getting to see now the overall drop here. I don't think it's going to be too much of a necessity for us to talk about this. After all, whichever the flight path is, as long as it's not too one-sided, you do have the full access to the map itself. And now we get to see the drop immensing here. 7-9 will be playing down south around Camp Charlie, alongside the four Miracle Vibes here, playing around the vicinity of Painan. And for the side of Vampire Esports, they are going to be around the run here for Ruins. For the side of Alter Ego Ares on the island for Camp Alpha. And so far here on the bottom left of the screen, this is what the beauty is all about here for the side of Sanhok. It's going to be a bit of a question here on whether who can really come out alive here from the very stage of the game. And we get to see Divine going down, same goes to the side of Pokebot. And now it's only going to be T24 OP here standing strong for the time being, but it's going to be a bit too late for them as Alter Ego Ares, they put them down to the ground. And now we get to see it's going to be just overall 7 elements being the first squad eliminated, but not too far behind. It's going to be ISG Esports as well, trailing behind in regards to getting eliminated from the very round. And so far, it's a very heavy bloodbath here as we get to see between Salwart Esports and Prestige Evos.
Salwart Esports starting strong with that grenade, knocking down a couple of members for the Prestige Evils, but we can see Luxy trying to fight for his life, looking for that opportunity to at least punish the members of the Salwart Esports. Stalwart, one of the South Asian greats, but look at Prestige Evils, managed to persevere, and now they're just running on crates, spraying those bullets. Luxy with that kill. That was a really good trade. 1 to the entire squad of Stalwarts, but Behavior and Enbes, we can see them on the Paradise Resort.
And the Esports Sec alongside with Monu just coming from them behind. The Xavier Levi's has this overview right now in regards to the situation. So far, it's going to be a 1v2 here into this direction, but at the same time, we can't really call it off. After all, this is Paradise Resort, and things can absolutely go down south here, coming in from each and every spectrum. But I'm loving the call here for the side of the Xavier. It's going to be Lamborghini here wrapping around, coming in from the southern side of the map. He is going to be gaining a bit of map control here for the time being. He does spot down one player here from the side of NBA Esports, getting tagged up. Actually, no connections whatsoever. He does decide to reposition, and that's exactly what I like to see. You know, if you are not going to be able to get the conversion, just wrap around instead, relocate, and go for a position. You don't want to be stale into one position, obviously, because once that information is relayed, you might just go down to the ground.
Well, they might as well focus on their survivability. Behavior, the rest of the squad remained on Paradise Resort, but we can see Lamborghini trying to rotate, probably looking for at least a couple of 1 or 2 members of the NB Esports, but Sek managed to get Chua being punished hard. Now Frankie's is there, probably helping Chua to revive, but NB Esports, they need to at least get some wind out of this. They need to convert Chua into an elimination point, but Frankie just in time to revive his fallen teammate Lamborghini, just doing the cover up. You see that rotation coming from Lamborghini outside. Now they're distracted. He managed to punish at least one or two, and now the rest of behavior needs to start doing their work.
Yeah, I mean, gotta get 30 here, gotta get put into the situation where you can get the opportunities. And so far, D Xavier, they want to drop down. They want to close down the distance, but Lamborghini is going to be out in the open. Has to isolate two players from the side of NBA Esports. And that's going to be Levi here looking to get an angle on top. Wants to check around instead. And it's actually going to be Frankie's here getting spotted down by his teammate. So that's not really the opportunity that you'd want to see. They're checking around Paradise Restart, but little did they know that the players of NBA Esports is already allocated outside of the vicinity. And they want to find a way to get out from the scene before it's becoming too late.
Well, as I've said earlier, Paradise Resort is one of those hot drops here in Sanhok. We can expect to see 2 or 3 teams trying to fight for their lives. We can see or expect an early engagement, and just like that, Behavior and NB Esports now trying to at least annihilate each other. But look at that, Sersha managed to eliminate the entire IHC squad. Now we're now down to at least a couple of 13 teams, 48 players left on the battlefield. Behavior looking for the remaining 2 members of the NB Esports. Levi's has the good high ground advantage, but ooh, okay, interestingly, we can let go and see the position of the alter ego Aris. Bigatron, Red Villains now on the high ground. Alter Ego needs to consider their position. They need to at least think twice before pushing towards the position of Bigatron.
And, you know, it's going to be a two-way factor as well. If they do win the clash against Bigatron and Red Villains, they got to deal with Vampire Esports coming from the southern side of the island. But the zone is revolving around their side so far. I mean, the odds are looking pretty bright, but at the same time, if this go back to the main island, I wouldn't mind as well. After all, rotations is a bit lopsided here for the side of Sanhok, as it's a very, very small map. But hey, you know, enough being said, teams now in rotation as well. Some 9 coming in from the side of Camp Charlie might just close down the distance to head straight to Painan. Team Sersha will be coming from the eastern side of the map. Northeastern side of the map will be allocated for the side of DXavier and 1-for-1 official. And on the feed, we are seeing a bit of altercations happening now. Lamborghini getting a quick opener up against NB Esports Gaz. And it's going to be Chua here on the front line with a DBS. Pink just right across on the hallway, hanging on for dear life. Chua wants to get this one set and dealt with, but decides to fall back instead. Looking to wrap around here to the left side. Has this clear angle now. Information relayed.
Oh, no.
Backstep might just come through, but he comes in a bit too late, but that's what we like. Levi's getting the kill, taking NB Esports out from the chase.
NB Esports with the remaining member somehow trying to at least survive on that, but here comes a new challenger for the behavior. Oh, what a punishment towards Lamborghini. But Chua just crouching here, protecting himself, but Frankie's on the watchtower looking for potential targets here. Okay, we can see how Levi's playing this carefully, utilizing the small play to disengage, giving so much time for them to revive Lamborghini. And now Chua needs to rotate. Frankie now outside the blue, managed to get Janaza. And now how many more members left do they need to deal with? Behavior need to survive, but impressively they managed to get 5, 1-for-1 now trying to go for the push.
Oh, big place might just come true here for instead of 1-for-1 official. They do try to fall back here around the vicinity of Paradise Resort. Unfortunately, along the way, there's not going to be any altercations whatsoever. So that's going to be them here hanging on for now. They are playing around the outskirts. And so far, looking at the feed here, 5 goes for the way of the Xavier, 4 for the side of Sersha, CJ Evos, Alter Ego Ares, and the rest lives on with no impact whatsoever. But due to Alliance, they go outside of the zone. In the process, they meet the Xavier, running away for dear life. And now they are getting take damage from the very blue zone itself. And I don't exactly know how they can recover from this situation.
How many teams have check-in in the Paradise Resort? We can now see Udo Alliance trying to figure out how can they go inside the zone without getting any attention towards the teams that are inside the zone. This is the perfect opportunity for Behavior 1-for-1 to gatekeep Udo Alliance. And now Sirius trying to at least ram down Chua with a car. Rosemary managed to at least cook a grenade for himself. Rafe being knocked down, being punished. Here comes Shopper. Managed to get involved in the 1-for-1 situation. Now Sirius needs some time in order for him to revive Rafe. The smoke plays are coming through. This is just getting messy. How many teams are involved? I think 4. Sirius using the buggy to rotate and get out of it as fast as they can. Sersha, on the other hand, now going in, trying to at least eliminate or annihilate the entire 1-for-1.
And this is absolutely the beauty of Sanhok once more. It's just gunfights over gunfights here, being blessed for us. And us casters, Vince G, you know for a fact we love actions. And so far, that's what we've been getting here coming from the last 9 minutes and 30 seconds of the game. You do Alliance, shockingly, they're still alive and kicking here for the time being, taking things slow just a little bit. But once more, D. Xavier and Shrsha Esports will still be around the vicinity. And it's going to be alter ego areas. Rosemary here picking up the loot drop as well. And that's going to be enough for them to possibly head on to the next few clashes with more convincing arsenal. But for the time being, this is so far the most silent we've been here on the run for Sanhok. 50 more seconds to talk about before the zone closes out to stage 3. And time is put to stale.
Time is not on their side. Yudo Alliance needs to move out of the blue. They need to come close, but the challenge is they need to deal with 2 teams that is waiting for their bodies. Yudo Alliance, if I'm Yudo Alliance, I'm gonna rotate towards the other side of the map, but we can see the Bigaton Red Villains spotting down the members of the For Miracle Vibes from beyond that hill, but Levi's managed to punish Don Kluk from the Yudu Alliance. This is not going to look good because Yudu Alliance reduced in manpower. They need that life. They need to survive. 12 teams remained on the Sanhok map. Time is just ticking. Lapar. We can see the patience from this guy. Okay, they know something's up. Persia Evils is just on the hot, trying to at least take some refuge, some cover. Wow, Levi's managed to punish one member of the Yudu Alliance. Things get more and more complicated for the Yudu Alliance as they figure out how to survive. Might as well use all the medkits that I have.
Yeah, I mean, having these resources is so handy in this very situation. After all, you don't really got a lot of time to reset. And if you do get the opportunity, you got to find a way to make sure that you're fully healed up before you head on to the next clash. And on the feed, we get to see Vampire Esports taking care of 4 Miracle Vibes. And this is so devastating to see. Vampire Esports, they've been pretty stale, but at the same time, they only have 3 players to work around with. But that one singular player has been able to put up the impact. But Doc and East wants to put themselves into the mix, and they want to change things up against Vampire Esports. And now it's going to be a 2v2 situation between 4 Miracle Vibes and Vampire Esports. East cooking up the nade, throwing it down to the direction of Schwepp. Wants to go for a pickup on Apex, but there's not going to be a lot of time to work with. Stone wrapping around, the nade gets reflected by the Stone. And now it's going to be East falling back to the shed, going back to Apex now. And Stone is just right across here, playing around the ridge. Molotov flies through, looking to burn him down to the ground in the process. That's going to be enough for him to pick up his teammates to force it down to a 2v1.
For Miracle Vibes, making sure that they play it safe. Nades come through. The Vampire Esports, the World Invitational Champion, tries to resist. Now East goes for the push. No, that's not how you exit. Vampire Esports being taken care of. And now 11 teams left. Now for Miracle Vibes, will use this opportunity to revive their fallen teammate. 3 members left for Miracle Vibes. 1 wounded very, very severely, but they have to consider the other teams on behind that rock. Now trying to cross that bridge, we can see GSM trying to at least run through their lives as 4 Miracle Vibes will be setting up camps, but no, Hale is just there watching every move. I believe that they managed to spot down GSM as GSM tries to at least find some good cover.
Yeah, I mean, GSM, they got to find a way to take a shot off this case. 4 Miracle Vibes looking to go head-to-head. Mad Cat out in the open. Doesn't matter for East. You'll go down to the direction of West. And now it's going to be Baron wrapping around as well from the top of the town. Mamo down to the ground on the temple. Now it's going to be CMF x GSM holding on to the last in player that they have here around within. Mamo down to the ground, getting trailed down by East. This Jeepney won't do a thing at all. With 6 elimination points here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes. Could just absolutely convert with 2 more now. But on the feed simultaneously, it's going to be Alter Ego Ares taking care of Yudu Alliance. And Baron here is looking for the last player here for a set of CMF X GSM to get this clash closed out up against them.
For Miracle Vibes, taking every items their opponent has. Interesting circle, covers all the bridgeway. Now Bigatron is just on the edge of those rivers. Alter Ego just nearby. They just need to at least cross that human bridge actually in order for them to get near the Bigatron. But they have to watch out for the teams that is gonna come true. We can see that the 141 is just nearby the Persia Evos. Sem9 and Hale near each other for Miracle Vibes, opening some fire towards what they see. But Yudu Alliance struggling. Now with the one remaining member that they have, they need to prioritize survivability. Baron now stalking Iftar. Iftar is just trying to at least reflect all of those grenades being thrown at him in the water. Now Doc needs to be revived. He needs a doctor for him to be saved on this situation.
Yeah, but no doctor can save you from sheer gunfight as well. Gotta find a surgeon for that one. Take the bullets out from your chest and try to retaliate it through the opposing force, but at the same time with Iftar, he's inside the water right now alongside with his teammates. And it's going to be hard for them to recover from this very situation. Has to deal with Bigatron, but it's going to be eased from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Connecting with a God Nade to throw him down, burying him, drowning him 6 feet under. It could be more, but it doesn't matter. The fight lives on. It's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes this time around against Alter Ego Ares. Rosemary was able to connect 1 bullet to get the shot through to alert East that they're going to be around the vicinity. But in the process, the Xavier gets eliminated as the number 10 team here for this very match.
Interesting fight for the teams that are involved inside the circle. With 9 teams trying to fight for the chicken dinner, it seems like for Miracle Vibes, they are just leading the charge. They're just stopping the charge. 1-for-1, now trying to punish Shopper from Sersha, but Rafe goes for the finish. How many members left? I think Sersha needs to survive with 1 remaining member. We can, Urtzi got denied, and now Sersha being out of this game. Sem9 now trying to at least deal with the members of 4 Miracle Vibes as East trying to crouch like a snake, crawl his way through, now opening fire towards Dep. Dep needs to run fast as he could, as to go in towards the position of Hale. But no, look at that damage from East, trying to punish down Tam. But Tam here, standing strong. We can see the members of 4 Miracle Vibes climbing towards that rock, and Tam tries to at least dodge that one, but no bullets can harm Tam. But look at that grenade from Tiger. Hale managed to get that kill as 4 Miracle Vibes deals severe damage as well with the grenade towards the members of Sem9. And just like that, Warden, 2 teams have been out in the span of 2 minutes. So fast.
Just 2 teams thrown out from the chase. 7 teams remain, 23 players in total. And it's going to be Hale Esports here facing the fury of Baron from afar. Precious connection. And it looks to Regatta Restart as well here coming from the backside as Alter Ego Ares will be closing in the distance, but they know their priorities straight. They want to go head-to-head up against Hale Esports, and Baron gets a connection to Flash. And it's only going to be the last player remaining there for the set of Hale Esports students. What can you do? Absolutely nothing. 4 Miracle Vibes taking over this mountain. And it's going to be the nade here coming from the set of Baron that could get the last and final damage to throw this one down to the chase. And it's going to be absolutely him getting this one through. Hale Esports eliminated as well.
4 Miracle Vibes surviving that onslaught. But look at the shot coming in from Rafe. Now, Potato actually getting his fingers fired up. VSM is just out. We're now talking about 4 teams that is going to survive towards this battlegrounds that we have. Megatron with the complete manpower, as well as Alter Ego Ares and 4 Miracle Vibes for Sia Evils. They need to be tactical. They need to be resourceful. Luxy now trying to at least return the favor towards Lapar. Okay, this player right here, Suxy and Luxy, they have a brief history with the Bigatron Red Villains as they are trying to at least pursue and try to at least reduce the manpower that they have. Bigatron now trying to play it safe, but for Miracle Vibes here, trying to at least survive with their limited health packs, med kits. They need to at least outsmart their opponents. Whoa, okay. They have a good position. They can spot Alter Ego out. And now Potato being knocked down thanks to Luxy. But Boy Seal, not done yet. He managed to spot one member of the Formerical Files. And what will Baron do? He was caught red-handed. Boy Seal tries to apply so much pressure for the Formerical Vibes. And now down to 2. Formerical Vibes needs to at least think what's going to be their next game plan.
Tough here, but at the same time, recovery is something that they're just so well to do. Bigatron, Red Villains, Boy still throwing him some shots, not going to be able to get the connection on towards the east. And 4 Miracle Vibes is on another run as well to go on a spree. 15 eliminations for them. Vince, come on. They started off the night with a win, finished off second on towards the second round. And now we move over to the third match here with them here having the most eliminations. It doesn't matter who's going to be able to win this one through, especially if Alter Ego Ares won't be able to put up a fight. And East will be able to get the connection on towards one. That's going to be Boycel for you down to the ground. Lapar looking to regather his thoughts here and how he can recover from this very situation. But now we get to see that for Miracle Vibes, they want to close out the distance. Despite the fact that the zone is up against them, they want to play this one head-to-head. Boycel out from the chase. It's going to be a 3v3 situation here as we move along.
Miracle Vibes is just so insane on this game. Satar not able to at least let them live as they are punishing the remaining members of the 4 Miracle Vibes. Fnatic trying to do everything that he can to punish down the members of the Persea Evils. Now with one standing member for the Persea Evils, how are they gonna survive through? They need more time in order for them to do a revive, and just like that, Sator is just crawling his way through. Oh! With that crazy nade coming in from East! You didn't even expect that, and now Super Nan trying to fight 1 versus 1 towards East, but no! He's gonna take the fall thanks to Lapar!
It doesn't matter. 21 eliminations for them. Such a margin here could be a record so far here for this very week. After all, we only started off with them trailing Salwart behind. But with them now racking those 21 points, that should be enough for them to get this one through. And on the feed, we get to see Potato from the side of Alter Ego Ares going down. It's only going to come down to Alava and Fnatic here to make the play to come true up against the 2 players of Bigatron Red Villains and 1 player from the side of Prestige Evos. Here we go. Into the shed they went, and that mannequin just scared the hell out of me.
Now we're gonna be seeing the patience from these guys. Who is gonna take the push? Who is gonna be patient? But Satar receiving tons of damage thanks to Super Nam, but Fnatic here trying to play mind games. They're just gonna try to play hide and seek on this one, but Fnatic here is just cooking something. He's just gonna throw in some nades just to distract his opponent, probably some smokes to at least try to get their attention. But Bigatron here now trying to fight up against the Alter Ego. The Indonesians up against the Bigatron. Okay, who is the strongest Indonesian team? Bigatron just managed to at least suffered with that kind of punishment that they have received. Look at Alter Ego now trying strong. It's just up to Lapar and Fnatic. Fnatic here trying to at least try to play ring around the rosy towards the rock and the wall. Is just trying to provide some cover fire, and he's gonna take the fall. Bigatron is just gonna get the chicken dinner.
Lovely, precious, juicy chicken dinner. Bigatron Red Villains persevered all throughout the competition, finishing off as second for the very first match, winning the third one here for this week number 2 here on this round number 3. Amazing play for them. Bigatron Red Villains owning the country of Indonesia. That's exactly how we like to roll, Vince G.
Actually, that showdown between the 2 Indonesian teams, actually 2 great Indonesian teams, it was pretty much insane. Bigatron tries to punish down Alter Ego, and just like that, having the final blow. You know, they just try to at least use those rocks, those walls, trying to at least catch up against each other, but in the end, it was a crazy chicken dinner indeed. And you know what's insane is that they managed to at least eliminate for Miracle Vibes, who managed to get a couple of kills, actually the highest in Sanhok, and stealing the show with a chicken dinner. Congratulations to Brigatron for getting the green juicy chicken dinner, best paired with Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah, definitely. I do have this special recipe that I do douse my chicken with some Mountain Dew, and I'm not kidding. It does make your chicken tender, and it does make it juicy and adds some sweetness into it. But yeah, moving along here, Lapar with 5 eliminations, 4 for the side of Super Nan, 1 each for Statarless and Boysil. That's going to be 11 points for them overall in regards to the eliminations, and 10 goes to the placements. Talk about how well the journey was here for the side of Bigatron Red Villains. After all, they had a very good look on towards match number 1. Moving over to match number 2, they were a bit nowhere to be found, but on towards match 3, they owned the spotlight and they skyrocket themselves as well here into the competition here for the overall scoreboard.
Lapar is just insane. He managed to get 5 elimination for his team and punished down 4 with a total of like 438 damage. But in terms of damage, you can rely on Boy Silk. 534 total damage with 1 elimination. But with the addition of Super Nan, who was a previous member of Boyin, Bigatron managed to find the perfect combination to replace Saxi and Luxy. Bigatron is just on a journey to at least, you know, make that dream team that they left because, they are trying to at least prove themselves that Bigatron is still one of the Indonesian greats. And now, from this match leaderboards, Bigatron managed to top for Miracle Vibes because of that chicken dinner. But what's insane about this, Warden? For Miracle Vibes, accumulated 17 elimination in this single game alone. Probably one of the highest or the highest that we have here on the Dew League.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's surely gonna be one of the highest here so far. I think the second highest or the highest overall is gonna be coming from the set of IC Esports, coming in from the very first win of Erangel. But hey, they're not on the spotlight right now. All eyes for the set of Bigatron Red Villains, but they're tied up in Formical Vice. But as we got to see the head-to-head there, it was Bigatron Red Villains being able to get the final adjustment to get that overall win. Formical Vibes on 21, still in a very good shape for them. Basically, still won the round at some point of the spectrum. Alter Ego Ares will be trailing by 7 points. Procedure Evos on 9. D Xavier on 8. 7 for the set of Sersha. 1 for 1 official with 4. 3 and 3 for the set of Haley Esports and CMF XGSM. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 here for the set of 7-9 and IHE Esports alongside with Stalwart. And for the rest of the competition here, coming from the set of 7 elements, 2 NBA Esports, Udo Alliance, and Vampire Esports, they hang on with none.
Just look at that, how crazy, how insane the stats are for Miracle Vibes. They managed to punish, 17 teams, 17 bodies, and they have received, damages. They have accumulated a lot of total damage being dealt to their opponents. And then with the elimination, it was skyrocketed at 17 points, followed by Bigatron and, Behavior, Alter Ego, not falling behind with 8. But Persia Evils managed to get a couple of kills, amounting to 4. We can see these red teams of Alter Ego, Behavior from Vietnam, and Persia Evils wanted to prove themselves. And actually, Bigatron Red Villains, we can consider them red as well. Because, the history of such Indonesia trying to prove that they're the strongest region, but you're just playing up against the very best. But overall, we can see for Miracle Vibes topping off the charts with 58. And just like that, Genesis Esports with 35 and one chicken dinner for this team. Pegatron Red Villains on third place with 30. They rose up. They rose up spot. And just like that, Alter Ego followed through. Persia Evos as well. And Alter Ego and Persia Evos managed to at least push them 9, Udo Alliance, and Ego next 8. Down towards this topic.
Talk about the largest climb here for a set of Alter Ego Ares. This is the first time that I'm going to be seeing a team climbing 11 ranks above, and that's going to be overtaking NBA Esports, Stalwart Esports, coming from the set of Hale, Sersha, the Xavier, CMF XGSM, IHC, 1-for-1 official. I'm in a bit of a climb there for a set of the Xavier. Should be expected, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough for them to force himself on the overall first page of the ranking. But really shocking here for the set of Salwart, honestly. I mean, we got to see them play out with 5 winner chicken dinners before we moved into transition towards week number 2. But now it doesn't matter. They're on the second page right now, and that's going to be leaving Formidable Vibes on top of the overall board.
And those teams on the other page, they need to step up their game. They need to at least accumulate a couple of elimination points. And if they can't, they just focus on survivability. But the best way that they can like climb up the ranks is to accumulate a couple of elimination points with a balance of placement points. You just witness how that performance, how insane those elimination points are, because they're just giving you 1 point. And just getting chicken dinners, you're just gonna be getting 10 points. And then after that, if you ended up in second place, you're gonna be receiving 6. So this is just getting interesting. We've seen the other teams not playing on Sanhok map. Genesis still on the second place. Well, how much more if Genesis managed to come back?
I mean, most likely they will. After all, this is Genesis Esports for you. Coming in pretty cold, coming in from that very first week of the Spectrum. You know, at some point, we got to see them getting eliminated like 4 games in a row, first time at their very first drop. But at the same time, you know, second week shows off a different nature of these squads. Formidable Vibes, formerly known as a team that would be revving their engines up quite late into the competition, is absolutely doing the same narrative. After all, I had a bit of a question as well when the event started on when are they going to show who they really are. You know, coming in from the accolades they were able to accumulate coming in from the previous events, they were pretty strong. But let's see if that action will be prevalent on towards the next round, as we're going to be moving over to round number 4. But before that, we're going to be having a short break. We'll be right back. Well. Welcome back once more to the action here for Dual League 2023. Three rounds said and done, and said and dealt with. And now we're going to be moving over to the fourth and fifth round here into the competition. Before anything else, guys, let us introduce ourselves. We are the voices of the English broadcast. It is Ed Warden here alongside with me is going to be Vince G.
Wow, what an intense Sanhok map that we had right there. We've seen for Miracle Vibes managed to get 17, but fell short into the journey of getting that chicken dinner. But it seems like Bigatron managed to find that perfect opportunity with 11 kills and a balance of 10 points for chicken dinner to at least climb up the ranks. But I'm kind of curious on what's going to happen next as we head over to our next map.
I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting hearing how this one's going to play out. It's not going to be the resting map of Miramar. We are going to be heading straight back to the El Clasico Erangel here, back to the Jungle Coast. And, I love to put my co-casters on the hot seat. And I know for a fact that you like to be put on the hot seat here. Show me what you got, Erangel. How do you like to play this map?
Erangel, you're just gonna have to at least focus on getting those hot drops, probably accumulating vehicles for good rotation, and then probably invest in the circle. Probably drop in the middle because that is, the majority of the circles that I've been seeing based on where I'm casting. But it depends. It depends on the PUBG Mobile gods if they're gonna be bringing the circle in the middle. Probably we can see a circle from afar, from way beyond the upper right or lower left side of the map. I'm gonna be expecting that too.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we just have to hand it down to the process. Well, after all, they knew exactly what they're doing. So let's see what kind of offerment they can offer you as well here for this round number 4. After all, this is the first day of week number 2. We did miss out 2 actions of the first 2 days because there was a bit of a contradiction to the schedule itself. But fortunately, we are into this action. And talk about the climb here for the side of Genesis Esports. They started off week number 1 with only 15 points. They got to win here onwards the second run as well, and that's going to be able to climb them up just a little bit. NBA Esports had 58. They were able to put up the scratch as well. Moving over now for Salwart Esports, they had 225, a bit of a climb that they were able to do, but it's not going to be enough at all. And I do believe it's going to be enough for Four Miracle Vibes here to just be able to take that number 1 spot here on towards the spectrum. Moving over now to the squads that will be playing for this very round, it's going to be A, B, C, and E. And we're not going to be seeing D into the mixture. So that's going to be Salwart Esports, Four Miracle Vibes, Udo Alliance, and Vampire Esports here taking a break so far. We are going to be seeing the composition of Alter Ego Eris, the Xavier 141 Official, CMF XGSM, Prestige Evos, Hail Esports, NB Esports, IHG Esports. Moving over now to Group C, we got Mork GPX, FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Aegon XI8, and last but not the least, Group A, we got Bigatron, Red Villain, Sem9, Sersha Esports, and 7 Element.
And they're just gonna fight towards that leaderboard. They're gonna be trying to climb towards the top, and we're gonna be seeing these teams making their way through, pulling other teams down. That's what they can do in order for them to climb up the ranks. They just need to be tactical. They just need to play it all out. They just need to be aggressive. You can do everything in order for you and your team to survive. And this is what Battle Royale is all about. This is PUBG Mobile. It's all about punishing your opponents, making sure that you're the last player or the last team to survive and to get that chicken dinner. It was so good for the rankings as well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we've seen a rundown between Four Miracle Vibes, Genesis Esports, and Bigatron Red Villains, and we're open for more changes here. Might just be the fourth team as well to put themselves into the mix, but at the same time, with that round number 3 ending, Four Miracle Vibes was tied up with Bigatron Red Villains with 21 points, so that is still counted as a win for them at some point of the spectrum. And once more, I just want to see the overall ranking, but that's something that we got to see, I think, later on, or that's going to be posted in the Instagram page of Esports County. Guys, make sure to follow the very page itself for you guys to, hang on and hold on to the very overall statement of the very game itself.
Well, you just have to follow the socials in order for you to be updated in the latest happenings. You might as well watch this live stream. And let's not forget, guys, if you're, if you're hooked and if you wanted to spread the word and support your favorite teams, do not forget to at least leave a like or share this live stream so that the other supporters might be informed as well. Might as well drop those supports in the comment section. Those teams need that. Show some love for your teams.
Yeah, I mean, showing some love, showing some energy as well, and show some love for the broadcast overall will get this broadcast along the way through. After all, this is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Dew League 2023 is the name of the event. And we move over now here, Vinci, with all the competition that I did mention, we don't have Salwart Esports, we don't have Four Miracle Vibes, we don't have Yudu Alliance or Vampire Esports. Which team are you eyeing out for? Let's start things off with Group A. We got Bigatron, Red Villains, 7-9, Sersha, and 7 Elements. Which team do you think will be able to rack up the points on this very round?
Well, I can expect that somehow Sersha may have that opportunity to steal the show, but you know, I'm gonna be trying to, be keen or put my money on Sersha because Sersha is one of those Thai teams that shows a promise when it comes to proving themselves. Sersha is a new team, by the way, in PUBG Mobile, but Sersha might as well surprise us on this game and probably might as well try to climb up the ranks because they managed to at least reach top 8 and it's not even bad. They're just gonna try to at least get a couple of placement points. 1, 2 placement points is just good, but you just have to keep those kills up and running.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you really have to find a way to rack up these elimination points. We did talk to Asan earlier, Asan, and one thing that he did say, placement points is not the matter here. Getting those eliminations could really come in a long way. We move now to the drop itself. We're going to be seeing that it's going to be slicing through the middle of the map. Pochinki will be found into the mix. Yasnaya will be the furthest city that everyone can be playing around with. And moving over now here, Milton Power might just be found into the mix overall. But for the side of Four Miracle Lives and Salwart Esports, they're not going to be alive and kicking here, so they don't really have the access towards this military island. It's going to be Bigatron Red Villains so far found into the mixture. Aegon X8 will be playing around Parip here. 7 Elements will be heading straight into the vicinity of Milta, while NB Sports here will have a glide as well here directly towards Shelter. But the zone will be revolving around the vicinity of Georgia Fall alongside with Hospital. Specifically just talking about the left side of the map, coming from the western side of the map. So that is going to be including a lot of teams into the mixture, and it's only going to be NB Esports, a bit of a mixture from Sersha, 7 Elements, and Bigatron Red Villains that will not be part of the spectrum. And so far, we are seeing that things are going to be pretty stale here in regards to the gunfights, but in regards to IHC and FAZE Clan, once more, going back to memory lane, we are seeing the same clash here happening just around the vicinity of Georgia Pool. And it's going to be IHC so far getting the first elimination up against FaZe Clan. A lot of verticalities are held on to here for the set of FaZe, but at the same time, they don't really have the best look here in regards to the overall situation. But, with them getting the opener, at least, they might just be able to get this one through as one player from the set of IHC will be able to get the conversion. Obviously, at some point, if you're in the situation, Vince G, you'd want to avenge your teammate.
Actually, this is not a good start for FaZe Clan. They managed to at least take a rest in Sanhok, but now they're back on this game. FaZe Clan managed to lose one member. Actually, FaZe Clan is one of the best teams out there in Thailand, but now they're suffering, trying to at least contest this area with IHC, and IHC managed to at least start strong actually, now reducing the numbers towards the FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan needs to figure out how are they gonna turn this around. Shoal rotating towards the buildings, trying to at least spot every corner that he can spot in order for him to at least, punish or probably spot down one or two members of the FaZe Clan. Just reduce the numbers game. It's gonna be a really, really good one for the IHG. But FaZe Clan here, actually, Onsens has no medkits left. He needs to survive the push that is coming through towards the side of IHG, and he needs to at least make sure that he's gonna make a clutch. But no, Onsens being spot. He just gave away his information. Now he's cornered. Mormon tries to distract their attention. Mela outside, waving that shotgun, tries to at least spot the remaining members of IHG. Okay, he managed to take the fall out, but look at that. Bodies are gonna fall thanks to Mormon. IHG reducing the numbers. No, that is not the way you need to go, FaZe Clan. Mormon, 1 HP left, but look at the clutch. Man, Mormon is just insane. He needs to get the loot from the IHG. He needs to heal himself up. Mormon, look at that HP left for him, and now taking that opportunity, they're gonna be regrouping, but no, not good trade as Mela will be taken out.
Molotov flash shoot, Skies got us. Not gonna be able to get tagged up from the Molotov. That's gonna be enough room for him to heal up. Demo OG getting tagged up from the nade, only one tap away from getting knocked down. With Mormon getting the hit marker, he is gonna be able to play around that information. But Alter Ego Ares, they want to put themselves into the mix as Potato will take Onzags out from the chase. Now with Alter Ego Ares here putting in a control of the situation, they might just be able to eliminate two squads simultaneously as they are holding on to the warehouse.
Alter Ego finding themselves in a pretty nice position. They managed to let IHG and FaZe Clan fight each other. Both of these teams getting 2 from each. And now the third party engagement from Alter Ego. Now becoming more and more confident as they're trying to at least explore every house, every building. But no, one member from Alter Ego received damage. Now they're trying to hesitate. Are they gonna push? Are they gonna go through? Look at the teamwork, collaborative effort from FaZe Clan and IHG. I think this might be a ceasefire, but Demo managed to find Alva, reduce the numbers game. 1-for-1 gets involved as well. Things get pretty much messier for these 4 teams getting involved as 1-for-1 from afar, trying to at least spots them, trying to fight for their lives. Not a way to go.
No, with Alter Ego Ares here putting themselves into the mix, that is a bit of a mistake for them. As now they started off the clash with 4 complete players. They're down by 2. They're on par with IHC right now. And Alter Ego Ares, 1 player goes down to the ground, lowering the numbers down. 1-for-1 official, putting themselves into the mix. Are they gonna be able to get the control that Alter Ego Ares was hoping to do? Or are they going to go down the same way now? Look at the standoff here. 4 squads simultaneously looking down at each other. And it's just about time for us to see once more. And who's going to go head-to-head for this one? Smokes invested. Someone turn on the ventilators. I can't see a thing. And IHC down below will have a bit of a standoff here between FaZe Clan. But at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised as well, eventually, if they don't spot each other.
This is just becoming so much interesting. A 4-way battle in this vicinity. Now, who is going to be the first team to be eliminated? FaZe Clan, Alter Ego. Bodies has been dropped, from the numbers advantage that Alter Ego has, and now they are now down to 1 remaining member. It seems like IHC managed to have that A game, but they have to watch out for the 1-for-1 above the hill. But West Carey managed to at least punish down the 1 member of the NB Esports, and we can see that 7E tries to get involved as well. This is what I love about PUBG Mobile. Things are just so random. You just don't know who are you up against. You just have to survive. Slim Zai managed to punish Asha, 077. Now Eagle trying to at least get closer to the whereabouts of IHC, throwing those nades, trying to punish Demo, and just like that, look at the HP. Demo will be forced to use those medkits to heal himself up. Another consistent grenade. Not gonna hit though. Serious? Is he serious? Look at that. They're receiving grenade from all sides. IHG needs to fall back. They needs to at least take a step back because 1-for-1 just descended from the heavens.
1-for-1 official hailing from the skies. Wants to wrap around up against the players of FaZe Clan. Mormon still inside. And FaZe only has this player to work with. 28 doesn't
Mormon?
matter. Getting tagged up. Information relayed. Pushing in. Sirius now wants to get this clash set and over with. They want to let FaZe Clan be the first squad to go out of the round. And Sirius serves that table. He gets it all done. FaZe Clan number 16 out from the chase.
FaZe Clan being the first to go. This is just their first game after the break. This is not a way for them to start this Erangel map. But you know, Alter Ego, wise decision to at least take a step back. As we can see on our screen, things just get messier going back to this area. 1-for-1. One member of FaZe now kneeling down. Alter Ego being punished. Okay. After that forceful entry towards the one remaining member of the Alter Ego, 1-for-1 is just trying to at least expand their elimination points. They managed to get one actually from the one remaining member of the Alter Ego. Now going back between the fight of Vigatron and the Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports, we didn't see them in the previous map, in the Sanhok map, but this time around, Genesis Esports as the second overall placer, they need to at least accumulate more, but 1-for-1 is not done yet. They need to punish the remaining members of the IHC. IHC now crawling towards, and you know, they just calling for help because Sem9 is actually here. You know, this area is just like a magnet for each and every team. But Lamborghini managed to at least punish the members of the GSM. But Eagle tries to dance with a bullet. Domination from Godless. 1-for-1 is out. 7E is now out of the game as well. That was fast actually, thanks to GSM. But you know, Behavior, Levi's with the DBS. They have been, they have been playing so aggressively. Behavior now trying to at least pick up a couple of fights here. 7E still with 2 wounded members. You know, they just need to at least regroup and regenerate.
You know, this overall vicinity, this very town is getting played like it's Vikendi or Sanhok. Everyone is just going into this battlefield, and everyone that comes into the scene has been going down so far. And this will be IHC going thrown out from the chase. Yoru here instead of Morph GPX has to go against Persida Evil. Hopping on top of the rock, gonna go for a spray down with a UMP. And he gets the kill. And from the backhand, the tank tries to make the play as well. But at the same time, he goes down to the ground. Misery on the ridge. Has to find a way to connect the last 2 bullets to get the shot down. And he does so. And it's gonna be Morph GPX eliminated as well.
Morph GPX being eliminated on that one. Persea Evils managed to at least successfully execute that bridge camp, but now they have to prioritize their own safety. Now we can see Hale trying to, think of where should they position, but we can see Sersha, RNJ trying to go for the run. Hale now trying to mark them up ahead. Now NB Esports with the 2 remaining members now trying to at least go inside the circle. Sem9, after they got involved in that messy encounter in the Gorgopol Hills, they need to consider their position as well. Sersha now trying to climb up that hill. They need to cross the hospital too. Hale going in the middle of the circle together with Behavior, so we're gonna be expecting to see a crossfire between these 2 teams anytime soon. Now Aegon XI8 in the lower part of the circle, Bigatron as well. So this is just gonna get messy because 9 teams are just gonna try to fit and squeeze in the small circle.
Let's get the party going here. Top 9 teams remain, 31 in total. Now, we move over to the next part of the game. Gatka, Hale Esports, and the Xavier will be right here. Things are pretty stale for the time being. But at the same time, Chua getting a lot of information here, spotting down the players from the side of Hale Esports. And now we get to see connections from the side of Sersha, actually, RNJ. From a distance, getting one tagged up. It's not just going to be Hale Esports that they got to worry about. It's also going to be Sersha here on top of the mountain.
Woo! It's just very, very hot. Sersha managed to punish one, but they got the attention of Behavior. Now Behavior wants to go for their heads. They just want the bodies. They just want those elimination points. Lamborghini riding that very, very sleek vehicle. Misery managed to get that airdrop, and now Behavior looking for their southwest side, because we can see they can see Hale. They have that information. They cannot expose themselves. If they manage to at least punish down the Sersha, then that means they're gonna be getting the attention of Hale. Might as well let their guard down. So Behavior now staying on this building. The Gatka is just becoming more and more crowded for the players, for the teams that are gonna come through. But Hale actually not gonna let go of their side, but not managed to get a hit thanks to Levi's, and Levi's is just getting so hot. He's just above that roof. Man, he's just racing roofs, man.
Feeling the groups here on this game overall. Sersha, they start off the clash. Gotta find a way to, we love to say in the Philippines, panindigan. You gotta find a way to do
Panindigan.
that. Yeah, you gotta find a way to commit yourself into the field. And that's what we want to see from them. And so far, they don't really have the, overall situation here against them. They do have the zone so far, including them. And they do have Genesis Esports Slim's Eye, just from far on the eastern side of the map. So there is going to be 3 squads here that they can grab. But Presida Evos could be the deadly one here as they are on top of the mountain. They have an overview of the situation. Sem9 will be also coming in from the road, coming from mid street there from the left side. Now in regards to rotations, now it's going to be Aegon XI8 up against Bigatron Red Villains down below. Nade connects from the side of Ghost coming from the side of Aegon XI8, and it's going to be a close out distance. And so far it's going to be Bigatron Red Villains responding back with 2 as they drop down by 1.
Bigatron actually managed to at least get a pretty good momentum after that chicken dinner win in Sanhok. And now we can see that they're raging. They're now trying to at least punish down the Aegon XIA, but look at IQQ, man, that was a really good spray. Bigatron being eliminated. That is not the way to go. They managed to at least take a push towards the watchtower. Aegon just anticipated that, and then with that, they managed to at least remove Bigatron Red Villains out of the equation. We are now down to the final 8 teams as Aegon XI8, they managed to at least survive, losing 1 member for their team. And of course, they have to heal up. Actually, Blade, he needs to use those medkits. And good thing for IQQ, he managed to at least rescue his fallen teammates. So this is just good. And Warden, we're gonna be expecting a pretty stale phase number 4, stage number 4. Before we head over to stage number 5 and 6, this is just where the party is gonna start.
Here we go. Sem9 just overlooking the ridge, not gonna be able to spot down anyone. And overall, time is gonna be put to sale, as you would say. And we move back here to the zone itself with nothing really much going on so far. But I'm not really liking the positioning here for the set of Sem9. They're a bit too out in the open. Procedure Evo's hanging on to this mountain as we move into transition to stage 4. Might just get handy as well, as they have a very wide overview. And this is the last time, the last time we got to see Procedure Evos on this very ridge. They were able to convert a lot of kills. So with them having 4 so far and having 3 players in total, it could be them here having a lot of opportunities granted. For the side of IHG, Bigatron, I was really expecting them to get this round set for them, but at the same time, it doesn't happen. But we gotta move over now. Can't cry over spilled milk. We are seeing now Hale Esports Flasher throwing some shots now with his M4 on 6X. And he does spot 1 player down. Falak goes out onto the ridge. Blade as well on the buggy. Looking to rotate on the same side where Falak was at. So that is going to be Aegon XI8 so far. Not going to be part into the equation for Hale Esports.
Now you can see the concentration, but look at the behavior. Managed to punish 1 member of the Genesis, and this is gonna be a problem because Genesis Esports with 2 remaining members, and then you got 1 wounded member, then you have to prioritize on your safety. And probably if you can manage to make a play, saving your teammate, and then prioritizing survivability overall, they're gonna be trying to at least get a couple of kills at least. But this top 8 teams will be getting 1 point actually. This is a sure point for them because of for surviving for that long. But the circle is just getting more and more interesting as the circle just favors towards the Gatka side. Behavior is just there. NB Esports with 2 remaining members, they're near the road. Actually, Hale is just below the circle. Actually, they're gonna be trying to reposition and tank trains through. And Sem9 Kenny yes managed to punish or knock down one member of the Aegon XI8. As we can see, Behavior riding down his buggy. Levi's going towards his friend Lamborghini, trying to accumulate or occupy this Gatka right here, this Gatka area. They all have actually the barnyard, the entire farm. They can like accumulate this area, wait for the opportunity for them to strike, and we can see Mikhail striking towards the remaining member of the Aegon XI8.
Aegon XI8, I wasn't expecting a lot from them, but they were able to offer quite a lot now. But moving over, their longevity might not just last any longer no more as one player is knocked down to the ground, but Genesis Esports, they beat them right into it in regards to getting eliminated earlier. And Aegon XI8, they go next after Genesis Esports. Top 6 remaining. Sersha, Hale, Sem9 alongside with the Xavier. Complete set of players. NB Esports only having 3 players in total at the start of the game. They're down by 1, accumulating only 2 so far here into the last and very scene. We're seeing Pursuit Evo's Misery getting tagged up against Chua from the side of the Xavier. That's going to be so far Pursuit Evos. Not really having the best look so far into the scene, and I do believe that it's not going to be the Xavier that they got to worry about. It has to be Sersha.
We can see a lot of smokes being popped here by the Persea Evils. Misery receiving bullets, those wild bullets trying to penetrate through his sides. Now, riding the buggy, driven by Luxy. Are they gonna reposition? Are they gonna go through that entire open area? They have to be careful at least. They're gonna be attracting so much attention. Lynx is just trying to follow through. Levi's punishing one member of Cia Evils. Not gonna look good. They're stuck. Die Hard managed to punish one. Lennox trying to at least survive on that one. Shopper gonna go through. Goes in. Tries to at least spray. No, hesitated. Playing some smokes, throws in, I think, a grenade being launched towards the vicinity, but he received a couple of damage towards his sides. Persea Evos needs to run for their lives though. Now, Shopper, is this worth it for your life? Are you gonna sacrifice this one for the greater good? Are you gonna climb towards this truck to get a better view? But no, he just managed to at least throw in some frag grenades to punish the members of the Persea Evils with only one frag left. Die Hard punishing Sem9. Sem9, this is a good cover for them. And Chopper with the punishment. That nade is just insane.
God nade coming in. The Xavier holding on. 5 LMs left. 5 LMs that they got to claim actually. Now we move over now to the top 5 teams. NB Esports, Hale Esports, Sersha, Sem9, and the Xavier. Molotov hooked up, throws it down to the direction of Sem9, but Sem9 hops right out from their very car. Now the nade will get hooked up, throws it down, might just be able to get the damage set and within, and he gets 3 people knocked down to the ground.
Woo!
It's only going to be Cameo for the side of Sem9, and Mondo Emo has his DPS to play with.
Oh!
Knock clears out Sem9 single-handedly. Wow!
Mondo is just insane. Managed to take care of 4. Probably annihilating the entire squad. NB Esports. Now, Mondo, you have the whole world in your hands. Those Mondo in your hands. You just need to survive the push coming in from the Sersha Esports. And now Sersha is just gonna go all out. They know that it's just Mondo. They're just gonna burn the building down together with Mondo. But Sek here, being patient. Look at RNJ. He doesn't know what's up. Now trying to be careful. Throwing a lot of utilities inside. No. Look at that. Are they gonna rotate? Hello there, good sir! Mondo taking the fall. NB Esports. Mondo with that insane play. But no. Sersha with the team effort. removing the entire NB Esports down to 3 remaining members left. The Haber with 5 kills. Very, very much complete. But Diehard here receiving tons of damage. Actually, the entire Sersha actually is the former Hale roster.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a, situation here. Good old narrative here provided by Vin Sanity. No, I'm kidding. Vince G. Overall, really insane. This is really insane right now. Sersha Shopper, 2 ilms for him, but he's hanging on for dear life so far here inside the house. Hail Tiger cooking up the nade, throws it down to the right side. Not going to be able to get any information. But hey, that's going to be Shopper out for you from a distance. And we get to see it might just be Sersha here eliminated from this very case. This is a run here looking to be in between the Xavier and Hail Esports. Let's go.
This is where Hale broke loose. They're gonna try to at least bring Hale towards their opponent. Behavior, one of the Vietnam greats, now trying to go in for the push. 4 complete members up against 3 members of the Hale. Now Frankie cooking something up with a grenade. Look at the position of Lamborghini. He's just trying to provide support from afar. Frankie, he needs to heal up. You cannot push with that kind of health. You're gonna be utilizing that smoke in order for you to protect yourself. But this is just gonna be a play of chess for each and every team. Once that you go checkmate, it's over. You don't want to mess this up. It's gonna be a really, really good game changer for Hale if they manage to at least annihilate the entire squad of the Haver. But the Haver just looking for that opportunity to win this Erangel map. But see Sky only, he can only see the skies. Sky is the limit for him. He knows what's up. He can see the members of the Haver trying to group up. But no, he's just giving away information. Guys, now we can see the behavior, but Lamborghini is just opposite towards the roof. That building is being occupied. Hale went in for the drive-by. Oh, okay. Lamborghini with the spray. Very, very risky. You forgot your member. 2 left. And now the driver is not going to survive. Chicken dinner for the behavior.
Wow. Behavior. The Xavier. It doesn't matter how you say their names. They are the winners of the 4th round. That's exactly what we like to see once more here, Vince G. I mean, coming in, they started off the night being put to place at the run of number 3. 174 points to them. Being able to claim this much here is going to be a big jump for them overall. Congratulations to the Xavier.
Congratulations. And that, just like that, that is exactly the behavior. Look at that. These teams are just on a roll to at least expand their points. They just wanted to climb up the ranks. And with that collaborative effort from this team, they are proving that behavior is once the greatest Thai or Vietnam team ever. Look at the stats though. High damage, Levi provided 4 eliminations for him, 5 knockdowns, and of course Lamborghini also with 4, dealing 929 damage. And for Frankie and Chua, who managed to get a couple of 400s, 2 eliminations for them, but this is just team effort. They managed to get 12 total eliminations from that game. What a crazy Erangel map it is. And Warden, they are just trying to bring the Haber up the map, okay? They're just gonna try to prove that the Haber was once a global championship contender, and they are gonna be trying to at least prove that they're worthy once again.
Man, I don't know what's with these squads here just being late bloomers into the competition, because the Xavier wasn't so prevalent coming from the first week, but they changed things up. They put up the scratch, they put up the mark, they put up the scar here on this match number 4, week number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, first day in line. And 9 Esports for the side of Sersha, not even close. Hail Esports alongside with NB, Sem 9. IHC will have 8 in total. Prestige will have 7. Aegon will only have 5. 3 for the side of Bigatron Red Villains. And 1 for 1 official. Genesis and FAZE Clan will have 2. And 1 for 1 here for the set of 7 elements. 4 GPX. and Alter Ego Eris and CMF XGSM will have none.
Ooh, look at that. Topping off the charts, Behavior setting the standards on this game. 12 elimination, accumulating a total of 2.7k damage to their opponents. It was pretty insane. And following up to that, Hale Esports managed to deal the second to the most damage on this team, followed by Sersha with 735, 667 for Sem9, and NB Esports with 462. But NB Esports and Sersha, they managed to get a fair share of 4 eliminations, Sem9 with 5, and of course Hale managed to get a couple of 2 kills. But it's just a wasted effort for Hale. They went in for that push instead of being patient. Behavior managed to use that opportunity to take care of their opponents. And they overall still in favor of 4 Miracle of Vibes, but Genesis Esports being hard stuck at 2. So being eliminated that early, you're not going to produce much point. But for the Bigatron, stays at 33. Behavior just went up. Now, with a 30-digit mark, Sem9 is actually catching up as well, pushing back Persia Evos and Alter Ego Eris. But NB Esports, they managed to climb up the ranks. They managed to get towards the first page with that performance earlier. They have to step up actually. This is just day number 1, actually. Week number 2, day number 1. And, there's more to that.
Yeah, I mean, such a lovely run here coming in from this respective very round, Vince G. Thank you, by the way, for hyping things up here on this match number 4. And this is what we got. Sersha Esports, 18 points for them here on the post-match. Hale and Egg on X8 will have 17. 15 for the side of IHG Esports. Udo Alliance with 13. 10 for the side of Salwart. 1-for-1 official with 9. And CMF XGSM will have 7.
Well, that's your top 16, actually. 1-for-1 climbing, IHC climbing, Hale and Sersha, they're just climbing up. And, Udo Alliance, they're just being pushed back. And, of course, Salwart Esports, one of the greatest teams in South Asia, not playing on this game. They just have to, step up in this last map if they wanted to at least go towards the top 8.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of topics in line here, Vince G. And it's all brought to your voice here, man. Powerful voice, powerful roar that you are able to bring into the spectrum overall. And I want to see more here. Unfortunately, we still have one more round to go right after this. Before anything else, what do you want to say?
Well, actually, this is just, getting more and more interesting. Mountain Dew just providing us with a really solid tournament. Players and teams, they're just hype up, same as me. They're just gonna bring out all the action tonight, and I'm kind of sad because we're just heading towards the final map of the night. I just wanted to at least see more games, and we can go more. We can go for more action. But Warden, I believe that we're gonna be preparing for the last final map for tonight. So guys, don't go away. Warden and Vinci will be right back here on the Mountain Dew League.
We'll be right back, guys. You gotta experience this someday. We gotta.
Yeah, I will.
No.
I need to drink my Mountain Dew, actually.
Yeah, man. I've been drinking a lot of Mountain Dew, and so far I gotta find a way to get more as well. So once more, this is the funny segment here on the outro. We don't exactly know when it's gonna happen, so once more, we'll be right back, guys.
welcome back here on the Mountain Dew League. Unfortunately, this is our last map for tonight. I wanted to see more, but it's Warden and me, Vince G, who's gonna bring out all the action. You know, we cannot let the action stop. Even though that this is going to be our final map, we just need to keep this energy going, right?
Yeah, I mean, overall, your energy was just popping through the rooftops, and honestly, I loved it a lot. I mean, it was a bit of a refreshing. You walked into towards round number 3. All right, keeping it chill and all. Then all of a sudden, on towards the last circle, you just started popping off, and now moving over to the 4th round. My days, it was non-stop, and that's exactly what we like to see. Non-stop action from the casters and to the players itself. Now, talk about the previous champions here being able to put up the scratch on towards this very run. After all, I did learn a lot from you coming in from the previous run that we had on towards match 4, where I learned a lot. We got to see champions over champions battling it out, trying to put up a very convincing run here towards the tournament. And so far, it has been them coming back here, trying to really put up their foot on towards the pedestal and claiming that #1 spot.
You want to know my secret? You want to know my secret? Why I have this so much energy?
What is it?
Yeah, just look at your left side, man. I mean your right side though. That is my secret.
Oh.
Mountain Dew just give me the energy all throughout the day, and now it's just nighttime, and I can't sleep because of Mountain Dew. The energy that it provides me is just makes me hyper, and is the perfect energy to cast this PUBG Mobile game that we have here on the Dew League.
Hey, we need some more energy here once more. Be it with Mountain Dew, or with Mountain Dew. There's no without Mountain Dew on this tournament. After all, this is Dew League 2023. Last and final round for day #1 here on week #2. Vince J, we are about to start soon enough, and we're going to be heading straight to the rusty, puno ng kalawang, full of
Rusty
map.
I understand.
It's going to be
I agree.
Miramar.
It is the sandy land of Miramar. We're gonna be expecting a lot of dry, open areas. We're gonna be expecting. Okay, in the Miramar map, we're gonna be expecting the teams are gonna be investing in vehicles. Why? Because Miramar is just a huge map, so you need rotations. You need to get inside the circle pretty quick. And with the vehicles that you have, you can rotate towards any part of the map. If you need to go towards the circle, then the vehicle is your friend. And of course, as I've said earlier, Warden, Miramar is just too open. Miramar, you just need to at least find a good cover, good spot. Not unless you're in the urban warfare, but if you're in the desert, if you're in the rocks, or you're in the mountain, then vehicles is gonna be your friend as well, because vehicles, once exploded, it can provide a very, very solid cover for you in the open areas. But you just need to be careful. You just need to make sure that the vehicles will not explode when you're driving. Okay, if that's the case, you're gonna be dead.
Utilizing that factor right there could come in pretty handy. After all, you don't really get to see a lot of coverage for yourself. After all, Miramar, it's consisting of about 80 to 70% playing grounds, and you don't really have a lot of obstacles to play around with. So having that really factor right there held on to, thanks for your analysis, by the way, could be coming in pretty handy. So let's see if that's going to be something that the players will be holding on to as well, or will they just completely neglect that? I mean, after all, I got to see the first win from set of Sem9, all because of that factor. They had a van to play with. They detonated that very van itself. Until then, that was the only thing that they were holding on to. That was enough for them to take the win out away from FAZE Clan on their very first win of the chicken dinner.
And I can't wait to see who is gonna make their story here on Miramar. And anything can happen. And going back, why I love PUBG Mobile, it's just too random, okay? This is just a game where you can decide on your dropping spot, okay? But you cannot predict where the airplane or where the flight is gonna take. You're not gonna be predicting where the flight is gonna go. You're just gonna have to decide on your dropping spot. You just have to decide whether you're gonna be dropping on this area, and if your dropping or your usual dropping spot is just too far, then you have to figure out a way if you're gonna be trying to at least pick your second drop spot, or probably drop nearby and then just walk or just ride towards that dropping spot if ever. and anything is just random. You cannot predict where the circle is, the final circle, the next shift. You cannot predict where your opponents are. You just have an idea, but it's not gonna be that accurate. No, it's not gonna be that exact. Not unless you're gonna be dropping towards the same spot. So you just have to anticipate that if you manage to drop towards this specific location, and this is where Team A or Team B usually drops, then expect that you're gonna be trying to figure out how can your team survive on that one, because you're gonna be stuck. And just like what happened earlier, in Erangel, that specific area, that specific city became crowded when teams are just pushing southward and then investing towards the circle, and then they manage to at least get a glimpse of, hey, there's an action going on. Might as well get involved in that one, get a couple of kills, and get away with all.
Ever consider being a coach for any PUBG Mobile teams? I mean, after all, I know for a fact our buddy Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming, did play around the brand of Playbook Esports, I do believe, and he was able to put up a great run as well. And I think your analysis could be pretty handy as well here for the rest of this competition. But yeah, overall, I want to see teams being able to put up the factor as well. I mean, at some point, I did see it already panned out. Coming in, we have a lot of third-party situations here onto this Dually 2023, and it's mostly offered by Formerical, Vibes, and Salwart Esports, all because of the fact that they do play around the edge of the zone. They do love to play around the outskirts. Until then, once all of the actions are panning out in towards the centric part of the map, till then, they put themselves into the mix. They strike when their enemies are at the weakest. Until then, they don't really have any problems in regards to getting the finisher and the cleanup to get the eliminations said and did.
So we're gonna be expecting them to at least, anticipate their opponents. Okay, it's just about the tactics that this team has. Okay, these teams has their coaches. They know what to prioritize. Okay, when it comes to accumulating those points, for this week alone, it's better to at least end it up on good terms. Okay, accumulate a pretty nice position in the leaderboards, and at the same time keep those skills coming. But we can see the tactics of some teams. They're not playing it all out during the first few weeks, first few days of this tournament, but you can notice the sudden changes, the drastic changes when it comes to the late game. Okay, when it comes to the late game, this is where the coaches, this is where the players are very, very keen in observing what their opponents tend to do. Like, for example, okay, we can see that FAZE Clan tends to drop on this area alone. Then if they wanted to at least accumulate or a couple of kills, then probably, they know which teams are best to target. Probably gatekeep. And if you're in the higher position, then probably you're going to be the ones doing the bullying, okay? You're not going to be contented with all the high points that you have. You're going to be greedy. You're going to be wishing for more, actually. Expanding those elimination points, probably getting more and more chicken dinners to make sure that your opponents behind is not going to catch up anymore. You're just going to be locking down that position that you have, because we're talking about prize pool here. And week 1 and week 2, of course, if you ended up in first place, you're going to be getting a total of $900, and that's big, and you wanted to protect that.
Yeah, obviously, and at the end of it as well, if you do win both weeks and you get the overall ranking as well coming in from the accumulation that you get coming from week number 1 and week number 2, it's going to be pretty nice as well for you to hold on to. But now we move over now to the game itself. Cruz del Val, alongside with Tiara Bronca, Tori Amuda, alongside with the Oasis as well. Water Treatment, La Cobreria. Campo Militar will not be found to the chase. I think the furthest that the teams can go here can be just El Azhar, coming in from El Pozo as well. But the rest goes on here as the overall flight path will be slicing down towards the bottom end of the very map, coming from east to west. Here we go, drops coming in. More TPX coming to the vicinity of Impala alongside with CMF, XGSM. Prestige Evos will be here for Puerto Paraíso. Salwart Esports going down south, alongside with Alter Ego areas as well. Udo Alliance and Aegon X8 will be dabbling around the city of Los Leones. For the set of Formerical, Vibe Shumikata is the way to go for them. And a bit of a late drop as well here for the set of official 1-for-1, alongside with D Xavier and NBE Sports for them, alongside with IHG as well. Now for the set of FaZe Clan, alongside with I do believe Salwart Esports, no, Genesis Esports, they are going to be playing around the vicinity of Picado. So this is going to be it. And for the time being, look at the circle here, Vince G. It's very punishing.
Very, very punishing indeed to those teams that drop first towards the eastern side of the map. Now they have to shift towards the western side, and we can see that NB Esports is just there together with the FaZe Clan, Genesis for Miracle Vibes. And of course, 141 is just nearby the area, but Valle del Mar is just too hot because we can see, oh, wow, good engagement though. 141 and Hale being caught in the crossfire, but we can see that the other teams as well is just gonna try to at least penetrate through that three-way battle. Genesis Esports, Mernat walking his way towards the desert and the mountainside, but Rafe from 141 needs to at least go for the finish. He needs to convert that knockdown into an elimination point, thus getting the first blood. But how are they gonna finish the story?
Well, it's going to be tough here overall, especially since the game has just started. So it's going to be pretty undefined on how this one's going to play out. After all, you're going to get through stage 1, and so far it's going to be 1-for-1 against Hale Esports, and so far it's going to be 1-for-1 official getting a quick opener for this one, and it's not looking too bright here as of the moment for the side of Hale. And we get to see that 1-for-1 official, they love to play around this very vicinity. The last time we got to see them be in this situation, they were able to pull away with 4 elimination points. Chua getting tagged up, falling behind. Gonna go for the recovery here for the time being. The Tommygon will be such a bane for him to deal with. One player close out the distance with a Scarlight. Not gonna be able to cut the chase. But Zeal from the side of IHC still looking to hold down the angle, ensuring that his comrade down to the ground will not get eliminated.
Wow, this place is just getting crowded. Behavior not stopping. IHE managed to punish Frankie, but Chua with a Uzi finish towards Alex. Now, things getting more and more interesting for IHE and Behavior. Both of them are losing one member, Behavior, with one wounded. They need to prioritize the safety of the guy. They need to revive him up. And Chua managed to knock down Demo. And is he gonna go for the finish? Yes. He switches towards Uzi, managed to at least deal a quick finish, reducing the numbers game. Behavior needs to buy more time, and Chua, another one bites the dust, goes for the Uzi finish, deals with the entire member of the IHE, and now one left. Okay, Godless, just below this building. Lamborghini is just taking a good watch. Now trying to throw in that grenade. Godless managed to punish down Chua. Now 1-for-1 as well. Tries to at least penetrate the defenses, having that Hale. Now Godless. Oh no! Godless trying to at least play his luck, bringing Chua with him along. IHC is just gonna be eliminated, but Behavior losing 2.
Wow, such an impressive run here so far on this run. Behavior overall losing 3 in total. We'll be hopping in. 1-for-1 official in Hale Esports now going to go head to head here once more. Flash cooking up the nade, coming in. Might just be able to get the connection, but Sirius dodges that detonation for the time being. Now they want to play around this very town. Checking up within. Not going to be able to spot anyone not just yet, but they want to make a push here. Double man push. Triple child will come in. And the beam down from that UMP will be able to put down Flash here. And it's only going to be C-Sky only remaining for set of Hale Esports.
Everything in a flash. Just like that, Hale suffering that rob. But C-Sky only, he only sees the sky. Now trying to defy all odds. The only standing member from Hale. And Hale is just gonna try to prove that they can clutch the 1-for-1. And 1-for-1 going all out, tries to go in 1 by 1. 1-for-1, are they gonna go through? But okay, Rafe just waiting for the right place. They're gonna be expecting that C-Sky only is just gonna jump in towards the window. Is he gonna jump outside? But no, the patience that C-Sky only has. Sky is just the limit for his guy, and now C Sky is just gonna kneel down towards the 1-4-1, but Stalwarts outside managed to punish one Yudu Alliance, one Persea Evos. Stalwarts Esports taking this seriously now, looking for a way to expand their points, and this might be the opportunity for Stalwart to climb up the ranks.
It's very likely that they're going to be able to do this. So the Xavier in 1-for-1 official, they have been able to put up the fight, but it's going to be Salwart Esports here. Having complete set of players will be able to rock this one through as well. And now, we take things slow. They're inside the zone. Top shot on the buggy. Might just be able to pick up its comrade. And a squad here from the back ends will be trailing behind. And so far, this is exactly what you got to talk about here, Vince. I mean, prioritizing the rotation is absolutely one thing that you got to worry about. After all, the zone is coming in from, is leaning towards the southwestern side of the map. As we get to see, it's only going to be NB Esports, FaZe Clan, Formerical Vibes, alongside with the Xavier and Genesis Esports will be found in the mix. Vampire Esports, they find their entry coming from the eastern side of the map. 1-for-1 official and Alter Ego Airs will be coming from down south. But look at the colors here that will be happening here, coming in from the bottom right of the map. I mean, there are just so much squad here happening and just having a fight here into this mess.
I can expect that 1-for-1 is just gonna have a crossfire with the Alter Ego. They're gonna be gatekept here, but they need to drive away. But for Miracle Vibes, this is not a good vibe for the FaZe Clan, as FaZe Clan needs to face this reality that they have right now. FaZe Clan, they need to work out on their survivability. Moorman being taken out. Now East trying to at least accumulate the remaining members of the FaZe Clan. The FaZe Clan now trying to look for an opportunity to survive. How are they gonna answer with the pressure that the four Miracle Vibes are giving them? East now trying to cooking some grenade towards the side of the one remaining member of FaZe, and now the knockdowns being taken care of. Okay, Behavior now became the third party for Miracle Vibes, now being marked by Behavior. But no, for Miracle Vibes, they need to get away from that because they need to take refuge. Behavior just became a threat for Miracle Vibes, even though that they're leading up the charts. But when Behavior comes into play, the Vietnamese is not gonna play this one out. They need to win this. They need to annihilate the For Miracle Vibes.
They gotta find a way to tone down the momentum so far. Gotta take things slow. After all, this is the last and final round for them to offer to the table here. Match number 5. And so far, we've seen 4 separate winners here. We want to see more. And so far, it's still going to be the Xavier, and 1-for-1 official on top alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart. Egg on X8 was able to deal with one player, but it's not going to be enough at all to put themselves into the long-term run. Now we get to see 1-for-1 official going to spray down Fnatic from afar. Alter Ego Ares hanging on to the mountain. And in regards to the zone, they do have the advantage right now, so 1-for-1 official, you better choose your fights.
You better choose your fights, man. You just need to at least fight if it's winnable. But if you cannot make sure, if you're going to be taking that risk, you need to make sure that the risk is just worth it. But, Ego is not going to make it though. The ban just hurting him too much. Now being knocked to the blue, he needs to at least call for help. But look at Janaza. It's going to come off his teammates. 1-1 needs the manpower that they can get in order to survive. But Salwart Esports now coming into play. Watching over for Miracle Vibes here, taking some pressure in that building, decided to ride a vehicle. Are they gonna rotate? But Icy said, okay, are we gonna, we need to get those eliminations out for these. We're one of the greatest South teams that we have here. The 1-for-1 Janasa punishing one member of the Alter Ego. Alter Ego, as I've said, they are trying to ride the vehicle towards the circle, but 4-1 is still there with 3 remaining members. Fnatic tries to Ralphie punishing or spraying towards the position of the Perseo, but Alter Ego is just in the hill. They're in the blue though. They're safe. They're in the safe. They're not gonna be burned by the damage of the blue. Rosemary needs to at least get out, but Ralphie said, still endure the damage though. It's just stage 1. Stage 2. Fine.
Yeah, it's going to be stage 2 here, closing in 20 seconds more on the clock. And so far, it's going to be the Xavier now, alongside with Salwart Esports around Monte here. And they are about to get sprayed down by Lamborghini now, popping out from the buggy. Sprays down, gets the connection onto Xshoni. Now, no respondent anymore here from the side of Salwart. They want to close it down just a little bit. Now, I need to see a bit of a recovery here from the side of Salwart, but looking like it's not going to happen at all. Now we move back to the scene here with the Xavier, slowing things down just a little bit. But Frankie's from afar will be able to take down the players as well. And things are just going south here for the side of the Xavier.
The Savior, how are they gonna save themselves from trouble? This means trouble for them. They managed to accumulate 7, but with a good prize. 2 eliminations. I mean 2. Oh no, Frankie just rode that Scooby bus. He's safe. Lamborghini is he's just trying to endure the damage outside blue. You see the behavior here, with Lamborghini being the standing member, he just attracted so much attention from the opposing teams that invested in the safe zone. NB Esports playing it safe, but anytime soon they can gatekeep the Genesis Esports, bringing them to their exodus. Vampire Esports now in the middle. Star Wars is there. Alva wants to get involved in this border, and things are just getting so messy as the circle shifts. We're talking about stage 3.
Yeah, stage 3, here we go. And now a lot of teams here will be facing the rotation. And it's going to be all 3 EU areas meeting the players of 1-for-1 official. Janaza getting tagged up. Fnatic getting the precious connection. And now they want to find a way to get this convincing position there. But Die For You wants to go for the spray down as well against Alter Ego Ares. Are they going to go for the commitment, or are they going to slow things down and looking like they want to play around the vicinity now, coming in from the last player from the side of Salwart Esports? NBA Esports will be here alongside with Genesis Esports as well. And I don't exactly know how to feel about this. Caught on a pinch. Players from the top of the mountains. And we go back to Alter Ego Ares now, up against Stalwart, hopping in, picking up the nade, throws it down, but it's not going to be enough at all. And Stalwart Esports Die For You will die for him. He's going to get thrown out from the case.
That hurts. We can see that Alter Ego went in for the push. They know that they're going to win that one. Genesis Esports now answering towards the NB Esports. NB Esports, after they invested in a pretty safe space, it seems like Genesis Esports invaded that safe space that they had. It's just that now NB Esports trying to retaliate. Look at Sek. He's just being punished. Mondo, with his remarkable play in the Erangel map, managed to deal with the 4 members of the Alter Ego. But how is he going to shuffle Genesis Esports? It's safe to say that Mondo, he needs to at least prioritize his own safety. But here comes the new challenger. They're gonna be hunting for his body. Morph GPX! Oh my goodness! I thought he's gonna make that clutch.
Oh, you thought, but it's not going to happen at all. But Morph GPX still trying to fight a fight. 2 players remaining for them. 4 Miracle Vibes found into the mix. On top of the mountain they go. You want to clear out the outskirts for the time being. Play around the ridges. And from a distance, it's going to be Aegon X8 going to deal with Apex here single-handedly. A 1v2. Morph GPX Pepang takes down the players of Genesis Esports. And that could just be it. 2 more players to worry about to get the full-on elimination. Most likely they will, just looking at how hot they are right now.
Now, Morph GPX here, becoming the threat. Okay, they managed to at least accumulate a couple of bodies from Genesis Esports, hunts down the members of the NB Esports. 1-for-1, managed to at least get a better position in the circle. Vampire and the Yudu Alliance is just there nearby. They're just neighbors, and we can see the Vampire Esports is just gonna figure out how are they gonna survive. Vampire Esports, back-to-back World Invitational champions. They need to step up on their game. They need to at least perform in this very, very weak number 2. But they have been receiving so much bullets for that one. We can see for Miracle Vibes, Doc now going downwards that hill, but Yoru here he's not gonna make a clone out of himself.
Well, not just yet. I mean, after
Not
all, they
just
might
yet.
do that because they do have to. If they don't want to make a clone, then it's about time
He
for
needs
them
a
to
decoy.
morph up. Yeah, just it's morphing
Yeah.
time for him between Boboho
It's
and
morphing.
Yoru himself. And now they're gonna be throwing some shots here directly towards one player from the side of Genesis Esports coming in from the eastern side of the map. Boboho with his car gonna be hopping into his pickup. Wants to close down the distance. Doc as well from on top will be able to spray down, and that's gonna be Alter Ego Errors getting eliminated by the side of Aegon XI8. And U2 Alliance will only have one player to hold on to. Vampire Esports here will have 4 players here on the battlefield, but might just go down with one as well. As the 4th player here on the board, Fluke, is only one tap away from getting eliminated.
It's just Sweps and actually Ravenclaw, Fluke being taken care of as well. Schweppes needs to provide some cover support. He's just gonna heal his wounds for the meantime, but they have to step up. I'm not seeing Tony K on the roster, by the way. So Vampire Esports, these are the world champions. They just need to at least make some plays out of that. But I believe that this is not their game yet. They're just preserving energy. But the way I know Vampire Esports, Warden, they're the teams that usually makes an impression. They're just trying to at least get an early points, probably be consistent in the middle, and then pops up until the very end. But that's not the case. We are seeing other teams, for Miracle Vibes actually in particular, leading this league or this week number 2. But as for more GPX, Yoru, Bobo Ho, and of course Pepenk, one of the favorite IGNs that I love to say, for Morph GPX has it all.
I mean, they obviously have a lot of mixture in this competition, and so far they are so well in dousing themselves here into the overall top 5 of the competition. But now it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes, Baron, Apex, East, and Doc, holding down the outskirts up against 1-for-1 official in Morph GPX. Baron looking to wrap around here to the southern side of the circle. Might just be able to catch players from the side of 1-for-1 official off guard. And Bobo Ho will be able to divert the attention of 1-for-1 official directly towards his face. And that might just be enough room as well for 4 Miracle Vibes to make the play.
Bobo Ho actually, he needs to be clever. Bobo Ho here, just watching the information that he has, relying on sounds, that probably the vehicle sounds. He's just gonna spot the other members though. Schweppes here. Are we gonna see him? Are we gonna see him open fire? But for the Vampire Esports, they need to prioritize their own safety. But we're talking about the top 7 teams. Each of these teams will receive a point for surviving that long. Baron is just raining down frag grenades. 2 left on his arsenal. Now ready to throw one, and then there's one more left. Is he gonna make this count? Baron, is he gonna be shooting for that kill? Is he gonna penetrate the defense? Oh my! It seems like his back is not healthy, but on his front, Bobo Who is there, and Bobo Who, he got eliminated by Baron, and the entire squad is just out. Poor Miracle Vibes is just continuing to accumulate more elimination points as they're still, proving that they can still get that chicken dinner. Is this going to be the second chicken dinner for 4MB for this night?
Could be the case. They lost out the spotlight coming into the previous round, but now they want to put themselves into the mix. But for now, it's going to be Schwepp here on the spotlight, spraying, beaming down the players here from the side of Aegon XI8, and now it's going to be Blade now, one tap away from getting eliminated. Black and Ghost here is trying to solidify the defense here from the front lines, but the attention is not diverted, not just yet here from Schwepp. Now it's going to be Flax here, holding down the front line for the side of official 1-for-1, and he is actually being able to make things work out in the process. U2 Alliance, they get eliminated, but 4 Miracle Vibes, they put themselves into the scene and they eliminate 1-for-1 official as well.
Wow! From 6 down to 4. 14 players in this open area. Miramar map It's just getting so hot, ladies and gentlemen. Fluke is just there providing some support for his teammate, removing Aegon XI8 down to the final 3. Vampire Esports, they considered living and then surviving towards the top 3 with only 1 elimination on their sleeve. But East, this guy, he just needs a B on his name. We can call this guy a beast already because he's just raking those kills. Probably for Miracle Vibes, they're not contented with 8. They're gonna be looking for more. And this is the first time I've seen GSM leading the top 3 here.
Hey. They're at the bottom, literally at the bottom of the map right now up against 4 Miracle Vibes. They do have 1 player on top, but on the overall ranking, they want to find a way to rack things up as well. We move back here to Vampire Esports, having complete set of players, but they haven't been able to put up the impact. Same goes for the side of GSM. 4 Miracle Vibes, smiling for dear life. They're on the run right now to claim their second winner chicken dinner here for this very night. And if they hold on to the angle that they are granted right now, it might just be them pulling away with this one. Zone closing in. GSM on the central side. 4 Miracle Vibes hanging on to the mountain. And Vampire Esports will be rotating from the bottom side of the map. Time slowed. Flashes coming in. GSM throws down the nade, takes down Stoned. And now it's gonna be Mad Cat getting the opener here up against Vampire. And now it's gonna be 4 Miracle Vibes smiling for dear life, and they want to go for the spray down here from on top. Mad Cat still going at it now with the nade, cooking up some more. Fine swept here all across, and it does get the connection, but not enough to get the knockdown. Ravenclaw wrapping around from the northwest side of the map.
Oh!
Go for the buggy run and gets the bump down. And now it's gonna be this. A weakest moment now for the side of GSM as they get eliminated. But 4 Miracle Vibes, they don't want to waste any time. They want to get this lovely meal of a chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, the Vampire this is their weakness. The sun is out and now they're burning. 4 Miracle Vibes from above. Doc being punished there by Stone, but look at Doc trying to at least make a beautiful spray. Low on HP, no heal. East has the heal as well. Stoned being dropped, and now that's a chicken dinner for Miracle Vibes. Will be getting that bite.
Insane run for 4 Miracle Vibes. Starting off the day with the win, ending it off with a win as well. And you know what they say.
What?
You know what they say? Start yourself
What?
with a breakfast and a dinner. And what a way to put it? With a lovely chicken dinner.
Lovely chicken dinner. And you know what they say? It's better when you got your second bite. You got the burst and you can stop eating that chicken and you're gonna be looking forward for more. And you're gonna be ending strong. You're gonna start strong and you have ended this strong. What a week number 2 for us all. This is just the first day. And actually for Miracle Vibes is just leaving an impression that, hey man, we're on top. Now try to catch up, We're going to be securing this chicken. We're going to be drinking a lot of Mountain Dews. It's going to be a really, really solid night for us.
Wow. All the exhaustion, the energy, overall, the allocation here on this broadcast coming in from the players and the casters and the production. It has been so worth it here. But guys, this is only the beginning of week number 2. Guys, this is the first day of week number 2. We still have 2 more days to go here, Vince G.
2 more days. And oh my days, we can see for Miracle Vibes expanding their points, solidifying the top 1 spot. But things can happen during this weekend. They can still perform in day number 2 and day number 3. And now we're gonna be expecting to just look at that stats, man. Doc unleashing a lot of damage with 1,179. Knocking down 5 and then taking 5 eliminations, followed by Apex. Then you've got East, who's performing so well. And of course, Baron for Miracle Vibes, accumulating a total of 12 eliminations. What a way it is to end this night. For Miracle Vibes, just leaves an impression to us. It's just like, how can I describe for Miracle Vibes? It's just like how you bite a chicken. When you bite the chicken, you're gonna be savoring that chicken in your mouth. But when you swallow the chicken, it's gonna have an aftertaste, and that is the aftertaste that they're looking after. And for Miracle Vibes, it's just, you know, they're just proving a point that 22 points is gonna make us stay in the top one spot.
With that being said, Salwart Esports not going to be able to put up a scratch into any rounds whatsoever. For Miracle Vibes, I do believe they're going to be able to get this one through and win overall this very first day. GG, well played for Miracle Vibes. This is exactly how they like to play, Vinci. Take it slow and easy on the first week and then just rev things up on towards the second.
Yeah, that is the exact same thing that the teams that I've been watching towards during this tournament. Some of them are just saving energies during the first week because they just don't want to reveal their stats. They don't want to be exposed. They don't want their strategy to be copied, or they don't want their strategy to be read by their opponents. You might as well surprise your opponents with something new. Wow, they didn't do that in week number 1. So we have to anticipate that for Miracle Vibes is just these guys, they are just playing it all out in week number 3. And for the damage dealers, just in 4 MV setting the standards, 12 to 2.6k, followed by CFM XGSM with 1-5 damage dealt, followed by Aegon XI8, and then 1-4-1. Then the Vampire Esports actually miraculously trying to disprove their worth in the top 3, getting those 3 kills, the lowest of this top 5. But you got 1-4-1 official with 9, CMF XGSM with 8, and of course Aegon XI8 with 5. But for Miracle Vibes, they're just way beyond that. They got 12. So these 5 teams actually for Miracle Vibes just make the record straight that this is gonna be hard for these guys to catch up.
Overall ranking here for week number 2, they're gonna be 38 points above Genesis Esports. The Xavier will have 37. Bigatron Red Villains will have 33. Aegon X8 will have 26. And 21 for the side of Sem9 for CJ Evos and 1-4-1 official. And man, talk about the climb here for the side of Miracle Vibes. This is just so phenomenal to see. And, I was doubting them quite a lot. A lot of people were suspicioning that they were able to tamper their gameplay and all, but this is just sheer mechanical gun force that they were able to put up. And if you quickly analyze and how they were able to play like the last 2 games that they were able to win, they were able to just overall overthrow the whole potential here coming from the rest of the competition. GG, well played for Miracle Vibes, racking 2 winner chicken dinners here for tonight.
But, we have to watch out for Aegon and, of course, 1-4-1 official. 1-4-1, they managed to climb 7 steps. Aegon XI8 managed to climb up 6 steps. The Xavier and Bigatron Red Village managed to switch places. Okay? But for the MVP race for this day, it is just, it's all about 4 MV for tonight. East, Baron, and Apex. Just look at that total elimination, standing at number 1 with 19 MVP points with 4.31. Then followed by Baron with 3.53, and you've got Apex with 2.60. What happened to Doc? He needs to catch up. Even though that your team is leading, even though that your team is on top, but there is an internal warfare for you guys. You just need to be competitive inside your team.
Yeah, I mean, overall, at the same time, I don't want to, put too much shades in Doc as well. Maybe he is the doctor of the squad and he's just supporting his team from a distance. Or it could just be
I agree.
Having a
Makes sense.
here. Well, we'll see about that. We'll see what he can offer as well from the next 2 days of the competition. But this is the head-to-head record here between Genesis Esports and Miracle Vibes. 51 eliminations in comparison to 24. That is such a huge jump here between them. And overall now for the ranking here, we get to see, in regards to damage, pretty wide as well. And it goes to show that eliminations do come handy pretty well.
Wow, what a game it is for each and every one. And of course, it's just the clear winners for us. The viewers, or the audiences, are the clear winners because they get to experience these action from these pro players thanks to the Mountain Dew League. And of course, we're talking about the weekly series here. It seems like 4MB is just getting started for this week. They're just setting the standards, and they're gonna make sure they're just sending a strong message that you guys cannot catch up. We already established 80 points, and if ever that you need to do something in order for us to to be hard stuck at 80, probably probably you can like stay up until the very end. But I had a great night here, Warden. It's a pleasure casting with you.
It's really a pleasure casting with you here as well. Once more, it was a dream for me to cast with you here on the major tournament here for PUBG Mobile, and it has happened here. I mean, it has been something that I've been working on for like the last 2 years as well to get into the scene. Unfortunately, I got greeted by a gift here by Mountain Dew, and they said you're going to be working with one of the best out of the best casters in the industry. Vince G for you.
Oh man, you just flattered my heart, ladies and gentlemen. But each and every one, audiences from the English broadcast is gonna look forward for the next day. Okay, this is just tiring for the players as well. They just need to get a proper rest as they prepare for the day number 2. And that is it for us, Warden and Vince G. It's an honor for you guys to bring this day number 1 to you. And as we log off to our Mountain Dew, thanks to Mountain Dew for having this tournament. And that's it for us. Mountain Dew League, we're going to be signing out.
Good night, guys. Take care. Much love.